is just some people there are more.
The fire department, the police department, the people that provide medical services throughout the area. We especially give thanks for the people that are providing leadership, the ones that are here tonight, that we'll pray about, because that is what the community is all about. Lord, I just lift up as they analyze the issues and discuss the issues that will lead to decisions to be made in this room tonight for the betterment of this community. Lord, we give you thanks for all that the things that happen tonight may be in accordance with your will for this community, the betterment of your community. In your name we
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As everybody knows, I'll point out, we have a bodacious agenda tonight with a lot to cover. So I'm going to be a little bit more on point. I ask that when you do address us, we are going to try and stick more closely to the 3-minute clock. You said I'm quite liberal with that, but tonight I'm going to try and help us move along. But still in our friendly lake helmet way, I hope. First on the agenda is, number 4 is additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda. Do I have any of those from?
Yes. I gave everybody a copy of the local stormwater issues additions that I told you at one of the previous meetings I would turn in. I would like that added to the stormwater master plan.
Do you have a number? Or just in the stormwater master plan entirely?
Yeah, it's
So it'll be 70. It's 70. Okay. So that would be around 1 or something like that. Okay. Any other additions or deletions? I would like to ask if there are any on these certificates of approval. Is there anything there that's going to be controversial that we'll need to iron out? Or I was hoping to maybe just put that in with the consent agenda rather than wait till the end of the meeting so that we can let those people go.
Yeah, it's clause that we just, so you
Oh,
can't do
it's
consent
cheaper than
agenda, you
that.
can move it up to the front of the meeting to knock it out if you like, but don't do it without closing.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
yes, number
If there's a yes, we'll just leave it where it is in the agenda. That's fine.
4.
Okay, we'll just leave it where it is then. Sometimes it's more perfunctory than that. I realize I'm talking too close there. Apologize.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Got a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as presented. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Who's our finance director?
We have Zach Chalafor. There's our office.
There you go.
All right. To present the annual audit for the 2022 fiscal year. Then after that, I will run through a few financial highlights as we go forward.
Results of the 2022 annual financial statement audit. The audit report, you may have noticed the format has changed slightly, and that is just to bring attention to the audit opinion. That's a new audit standard. The city had unmodified opinions on their governmental funds. There was a qualified opinion on the government-wide statements and utility funds, and that's simply since the city has elected not to implement a standard to record an OPEB liability. And again, since that's just a management decision, we don't consider that an internal control issue, just a cost-benefit decision. In the government-wide financial statements, the city has positive net position in all 3 categories. There was a decrease in liabilities in 2022, And this is due to the city being able to recognize the revenue of the remaining ARPA funds that were previously in deferred revenue. So you'll also see an increase in revenues during the year to do those ARPA revenues being recognized, as well as some stormwater grants. The general fund ended the year with approximately 2.1 million in fund balance, and about 877,000 of that was unassigned. And that is what that 877 can be used at the city's discretion. The city has relatively low levels of debt. There was on the city's finance as part of our audit. And the separate letter to management, overall a clean audit.
Are there any questions for the commission?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
If you could please elaborate a bit on, it says the city's management could override internal controls. Could you?
They're called significant risks, so areas where things could go wrong. And outside of established internal controls to commit fraud issues, that just was something in our minds during our audit. We did some journal entry tests to see that we didn't find anything. We didn't find anything, so no concerns. No issues with that.
In several areas.
Right, that's the standard government-wide financial statements and your utility fund statements, where you would, since the city decided it wasn't worth showing that liability to have to go through the actuarial calculations every year, the city has just decided to accept that qualified opinion. So we are noting the reasons for that qualification.
Any other questions for the commission? We didn't do anything official with this.
Usually, I believe commissions make a motion to accept.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Becker, second. You're still holding the mic. You got more to say, don't you, sir?
I'll just hit a few of the other financial highlights. I'll try to do the quick version as much as we can, recognizing the agenda. First, relative, kind of note in the opinion. I don't know if the last time we talked about it, since that decision predates everyone, I believe, except Commissioner Bass, except put one number to comply with that accounting standard. So when we switched into this role, one of the recommendations that I did bring to the commission at that time was to say, yeah, it's a change in saying, you know, the auditor has to say, yes, we didn't do it, but beyond that, we're paying $3,000 for something that, you know, in my opinion, is not worth the paper it's printed on. It's just comply with the accounting standards. So just for a quick background, kind of also cover that piece. There was passed out a PowerPoint presentation. Obviously, we don't have the AV. I know we had a lot of copies on the table. I think I saw a lot passed out. I'll kind of hit the highlights. Tammy did cover all of the audit reports, so I won't go into those. From an overall fund balance trend, we were substantially up. Most of that due to the ARPA funds, that 1.4 million being recognized as revenue in the current year. With that, as we looked at the general fund balance, the reserves about 2.1 million. Over half of that, 1.2 million, is what's called committed fund balance, and that's where there's basically a restriction placed internally by the commission through policy. Within that, there was about $230,000 was our hurricane reserve balance as of the end of the fiscal year. And then the balance of that $5,000, which represents the unspent ARPA money as of September 30th, 2022. That difference there of about the $427,000, which is on a slide in that presentation as well, kind of reconciling where we're at. That was used for the Virginia project last year, bringing us to 975. If you factor in the amounts that were included in the current year budget to cover the garbage as well as the stormwater shortfall based on the way it's budgeted, that's another $435 or so $1,000, bringing us to a net of about $540,000 in terms of what we used up in fiscal year 22, plus what had been earmarked to be used to cover the current year. I know there were some questions on that, so I didn't want to touch on that piece as well. From a reserve standpoint, the general fund, we are in compliance. We're in our target range, about 31% reserve, looking at our assigned and unassigned fund balance. The utility fund as well, only note that does show on the slide, just to acknowledge it for the record, is the operating revenues in the utility fund were down. That's due to the meter. Just acknowledge that in terms of kind of an unusual number looking at just the numbers themselves.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion on financial reports at all? Hearing none, we move to item 6B. The Woods Homeowners Association wishes to address the commission. Mr. Administrator, would you like to introduce this?
Well, I'll let them come up and introduce themselves. Roxanne Goodman, and I believe the attorney for the HOA. We've had a number of discussions, I presume, concerning the acceptance of roads. Okay, see, I was right. Just as maybe you're going to say this, but I'll say it's a matter of history. The Woods started development in 2004. And at the time, it would have been a typical act of the city to adopt the roads as they were constructed at that time. For reasons unknown, the city did not accept the rights of way for public maintenance, and they have sat in that particular legal limbo since that time. Both the previous HOA, which is really the developer, and now the current HOA, which is a real one, we've sat and met and tried to figure out how to solve the problem. The problem is there is a liability potential on the part of whomever is responsible for the maintenance of those roads. And we're trying to figure out how best to transfer those roads from an HOA to a city that should have been done 20 years ago, but wasn't. And I think I may be stealing your thunder. I don't mean so.
It was a good introduction. Thank you.
Okay.
So good evening, Commissioners, Mayor Lay, City Administration, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you state your name and address?
I was just going to say that. Okay. My name is Roxanne Reed Goodman. I reside at 391 West Michigan Avenue. I stand before you on behalf of the.
I don't think it's on.
Okay. So my name is Roxanne Reed Goodman. I reside at 391 West Michigan Avenue. I stand before you on behalf of the Woods of Lake Helen Homeowners Association. I am the standing president, and with me here today is Kurt Sniffen, the VP of the HOA, and our attorney, Brian Hess. In a few minutes, our attorney, Brian, will address you in regards to the main topic of discussion. However, before then, I would like to review with you a few points of consideration. And actually, before that, I would like to ask any of the residents within the subdivision to please stand so that the commissioners and audience can have a visual of who's present. Thank you. Yes, you can sit down. Sorry. Thank you. If you were to ask any homeowner in our subdivision where they lived, you can rest assured that they would respond to the city of Lake Helen, and then include their street address. While we are homeowners within the Woods of Lake Helen, we are first citizens of this great city, often referred to as the gem. Not only do we live here and pay taxes, we've made friends here, we attend events here, and we serve on boards here. We volunteer here. We go to church here, and our children go to school and play here. For many of us, we plan on raising our children here and to be here for a very long time. As such, as our attorney approaches the podium, we ask that you consider that our subdivision is no different than any other neighborhood in the city, and that we are as much a part of the city as any other. Thank you for your time, Brian.
Hello, everybody. So basically my role, and yeah, that's kind of loud. My role here today is to kind of talk about, from the association's perspective, the legalities of the issue. And of course, the city manager did a good job of introducing part of what that concern is. And so I'll go through our is on that. Even though the roads through this community were built almost 20 years ago, and such streets were dedicated by plat to the city, that the city never assumed responsibility for them. and dedicated to the city at that time by plat. The city is asking for the homeowners association to provide as-built of all roadways within the community, certain restoration costs if necessary for any abnormal maintenance items. That's basically a summary of it. First and most important, the association has never owned the roads, any property related to the roads, or had any legal responsibility for the roads. Nor did the association build the roads, nor is there any statute or legal document in place that would assign ownership of these roads or maintenance responsibilities for the roads to the association. The roads are, simply put, the roads are not the association's roads. They never have been, they never were intended to be, and they never will be without a separate legal action. The roads were dedicated by plat to the city before the association was even formed. The association's governing documents do not provide any responsibility for the maintenance of these roads to the association. It would be at a minimum inappropriate, if not an improper or even an illegal trespass, for the association to maintain, alter, or accept responsibility for these roads. Moreover, such request is improperly burdening the association with maintenance costs for roadways that have been built and used as public roads since before the inception of the community. Finally, while it's not clear as to the intent of the writings, it appears that correspondence from the city through attorney Lonnie Groot to attorney Alex Dobrov, ostensibly representing the developer back in 2011, may have cleared any deficiencies that were in place with regard to the development order that was set up for the development of the community. It should be noted that the association was not included in any of that correspondence. It may be that the city has a cause of action to request those items from the developers, road builders, other parties, but it's our perspective that it's completely inappropriate and improper for the city to seek these from the association that has no legal responsibility or even right to take the steps that are requested. The association by law has a fiduciary duty to its members to spend its funds wisely and to agree that these expenses is arguably in derogation of its duties under the law. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kurt Sniffen, Delaware Avenue. I just want to reiterate some of the things that Roxanne said and my own personal views. I am the Vice President of the HOA. And like Roxanne said, we consider Lake Helen our home. Not the woods of Lake Helen, but Lake Helen our homes. When I'm asked where I live, I say I live at Lake Helen. And then people ask me where, I say in the woods of Lake Helen, first subdivision. Oh, those homes, you know, is how sometimes it's perceived. We are part of this city. We're not going anywhere. We just can't uproot 101 homes and move them anywhere we want. But all of our residents enjoy being here. There's a reason why we moved to Lake Helen, because it is the gem. It is a beautiful town. It's a town that we want to set up, most of us, I think, to retire in, if I'm not mistaken. It's our forever home. So, you know, I would just like to say that, you know, to help us to take on the responsibility of the streets. And I think it would be admirable if our city commissioner, Roger Eckert, make a motion tonight for y'all to accept these streets, you know, as it is written and as we have stated that, you know, we don't have any responsibility to do these streets. If you really think about it, Pennsylvania runs right through our subdivision. High, Volusia, Summit. 4 of the 8 streets are city streets. What's the difference? And if you look at our streets within the woods, they're better shape than 90% of the roads throughout Lake Helen. So we've done our due diligence trying to keep up with them the best that we can. And they're in better shape, like I said, than most of the streets here in Lake Helen. So Roger, put it upon you tonight to make a motion as our commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you all for your presence. presentation. I'll say, just on my own behalf, not put words in anybody else's mouth. I appreciate your leading off with you consider Lake Melanoma. We consider you part of us, but there's no distinction at all. We love having you. It's one of the prettiest parts of this town, and we're all proud and just really pleased with how this development has worked over the years and has grown to fruition. It really is lovely and wonderful.
I just have a quick question. The Faith Grove, the new
Faith Grove?
Faith Grove, thank you. Are you guys assuming this streets already?
There aren't any streets. They did some improvement on the side road there was currently a city street. They did some improvement there. The developer did as a kind of an agreement. But there were no streets that weren't already part of the city.
All right.
And I understand your point as you made it. It makes perfect sense. I don't know all the details, and I'm no attorney, so I'm not going to make any effort to argue that case. I will ask staff if you would like to respond to any of the things that they brought forward, just for our knowledge sake, as commissioners.
Well, I can tell you, I guess I started working for Lake Helen in 2015, 2016. And ever since then, I've always been told the city never accepted the streets. Never been told why. This was it. They never accepted the streets. And it has been a discussion item ever since. But we tried to look up all the records we could and talk to people. I contacted Lonnie Groot and, asked him, because the letters we have, 2004, 2005, there's correspondence back and forth about things that need to be done out there. And then in like 2005, all of a sudden, the letters stop. And then there's the 2011 letter from the city attorney who said, I think everything's in compliance or something. It was like to a buyer of the subdivision. But one of the things that was in the letters that was supposed to be done in 2004 and 5 is the improvements to the swale that was done part of the hurricane before that created a lot of controversy. Those exact improvements that the city did in 2022 were supposed to be done in 2004 per the letter, because they were asking to get their bond back. They had a $77,000 bond. Well, I know that wasn't done because we did it in 2022. And so we've tried to figure out what happened. I think Lee reached out to Don Findell. What happened in that time frame? I reached out to the city attorney. What happened? Why did we not accept the roads? And haven't been able to find out why, the specific issue. So, but there is a law that says just because a plat is recorded in public records, the local government does not assume responsibility to build or maintain the roads unless they voluntarily assume that responsibility. Now, you can do that by words, in the plat, or you can do it by action. You can just start assuming the roads and maintain it. And neither one of those have occurred. So the law addresses specifically, just because it's recorded in public record, the city doesn't automatically assume responsibility to build or maintain those roads. I don't disagree that it could be that there's nothing that says it's their responsibility. They are the successor in title to the developer who owned all that land, who created the subdivision. I don't think it's a good situation, mainly because it's a public road. So if somebody gets hurt on that road, this city's going to be sued. But we don't have maintenance responsibility. I don't know if that would protect us or not, but if those roads aren't properly maintained, but they're a public road, I think it creates liability, potential liability. I mean, they're obviously we're a deep pocket, so we're going to be dragged into that. So there's a couple options. One is the city does assume responsibility for that. My understanding of the city's engineer went and asked the engineer, what do we need to ask from the bare bones to accept responsibility for this? And For instance, some of the stuff that was asked for, the as-bills, that should have been done when the subdivision was built. We have no as-bills. So we have the plans, but any development that gets built, you have the plans and you get the as-bills that show that what was actually built complies with the plans. That was never done, to my understanding. And I think the core samples will show how much asphalt was there. Did they put enough asphalt down as required by the plan? So my understanding of what has been requested or recommended to be requested by our engineer are the things that should have been done back when the road was built, subdivision, constructed, plats, the road dedicated to the city. The other complete opposite thing to do, city to vacate the roads. Then they're theirs. We just say it's not a public road anymore. That creates a lot of issues for them, and we don't want to do that haphazardly. We got to work through some issues with that. But it is an option for the city to say, look, we're vacating these roads. We don't maintain them. No one's maintaining them. It creates a liability. And then they could gate them off if they wanted to. Private entrance, it's a private road, just like any other private subdivision you go into. But that's kind of where it sits. And I don't think our engineers here to explain why his recommendation on what was he recommended we request as part of accepting the responsibility to maintain roads. If we accepted them back in 2004, warranty bonds, a lot of stuff back then that I think is what Lee was trying to protect the city for. If we're going to accept this now we got 20 years of use on these roads. Maybe we need some protection for the city to make sure in case something fails within 6 months or a year, whatever the case may be, that there would be some assistance from the HOA on that. But
I have a question on that, precisely, on bonds. That would protect the city, if things were to go awry. How long would those bonds generally cover?
1 year.
So we're well past any period that would have been covering anyway.
Yeah. Now, the warranty and the contract may have gone longer from the contractor, developer, may have gone longer than that, but usually your bonds through construction are 1 year, what I'm used to seeing.
I had another question that came to mind. I know you said, Brian, you said that the association has never owned those roads or in any way. Typically, and I don't have a great deal of experience in this, but what experience I do have, the developer does all that work, and then at some point, after a certain percentage of the lots have been sold, then all of what the developer was responsible for devolves to the association.
That's correct in part, but that's only as to certain tracts of land. It's our position, and what I've seen, my firm works with over 850 associations through Central Florida. And I've never, ever seen this situation before in about 20 years of practice. And what normally happens is tracts that are intended to be dedicated to the association are what are assumed from the developer to the association. I've never seen a case where, well, first of all, that I do disagree with what the attorney said, that the developer, that the association assumes responsibility for the developer's actions. And that's incorrect. In case law.
I don't think I said that.
Well, I'm sorry?
I don't think I said that.
Okay, well, that was what I understood you to say. And it may have just been in passing. But what I want to make clear is that the developer was a separate entity from the association. The association didn't assume any of those liabilities of the developer.
Okay.
And that's really where we are right now, is that it's our position that they're not our roads. Never were our roads, never intended to be our roads. We weren't responsible for building them. We weren't responsible for maintaining them. I agree, it's a question whose roads they are, but they're not ours.
Is the developer still in this world? Or is that one of those developers that no longer exists?
No, the company went out of business.
That's what I figured. Okay. All right, those are the questions I had. Yeah, Mr. Babb.
Quite frankly, you can make the argument that the city dropped the ball and didn't make sure that that the roads and et cetera, were handled over us in a timely fashion. You can also make the argument that the roads have been there and being used by all of us in the city for a long time, and there doesn't seem to be any serious damage to the roads, et cetera, et cetera. And typically, if there is a problem with roadways, they would have reared their heads already. I fear that if we don't collectively decide that the Woods, which is very much a member of us community as everyone else that lives in this city, that will drive a wedge between us, and that's a mistake. It's my opinion that this board should move forward, have staff move forward quickly. I would like to see the list of stuff that they say it's going to cost them $100,000 to bring forward. And I would like an opportunity to review that list. I've been in the underground utility business and development business my whole life. I don't necessarily think that soil borings are necessary at this point. Yes, if it would have been a year after the subdivision was in place, I could see that. Many of the things that we may be asking for and should have asked for 20 years ago, we have probably lost our opportunity to do that. So if this takes a workshop to hammer it out, I don't really care, but to leave this in a state of limbo for another year would be a huge mistake.
Thank you. Commissioner Everett, you want the floor or are you just passing the mic?
Yes, to
Floor is
both.
yours if you want.
Yes, to both. Number one, when they proposed building the Woods in Lake Helen, it was a great relief because we had the choice of having a subdivision there or to continue putting out stolen cars that were being burned there. So it was a good thing that the Woods was built. You are wrong on one street. Volusia Avenue between Maine and Pennsylvania was not part of the city prior to the Woods being built. That was installed by the developer. All the other ones you named were, including the ones on the south end that go towards the retention pond, were all part of the city prior to the Woods being developed. I've also got a question about the, one of the things I heard was that when Jason Yarborough was here, there was an agreement being worked on that got dropped when the issues about his financial things came up. Was any of that in the history of your research?
That, I was here then. There were some discussions going on about, and maybe the roads were included in that, but it also dealt with the obligation to build and dedicate, I think, a park or playground to the city. And there was also an issue that there were certain improvements that were supposed to be, if certain things weren't done by the developer, they could no longer get building permits after it reached a certain point. And I don't think that was ever enforced. And I think what sort of happened is, this subdivision started in 405, then we hit that big real estate recession, and then somebody came in to pick up the development again, and I think the city was just so happy that somebody was going to start doing development again there, that was a letter from the city attorney, probably. But I can't specifically say I remember any discussion about the roads, other than always just being told that we never accepted them and never given a reason why. But the main discussion was the city at that time, maybe still today, did not want the playground area, and they didn't want to build it to dedicate it or something like that. But the main discussion, that agreement, the main discussion was around the obligation to build the park and dedicate it to the city. Is my memory.
Okay. The last comment I'd like to make is I would like to have been a part of some of the prior discussions to this instead of just being here now. But I've been doing as much research as I could on it to find out about the past stuff. And I know the contractor that built the roads years ago
did the core samples and everything, but nobody knows what happened to them, and I think they got lost when the company closed down. So I don't know what they're gonna do with that. But I would also like the city staff to work on something to come up with an agreement or a resolution or something for the city to accept the roads in the woods so that it can be done, whatever's gotta be done, a mutual agreement between the two groups. Because they are part of Lake Elm, they've always been, and they saved us from having to extinguish more vehicle fires.
Mr. Bishop, did you want to weigh in on this?
Just want to know if they know what they're getting into, with your maintenance.
I'll assume that's a rhetorical question.
Yes.
I just voicing opinions, which is largely what we're doing tonight. I certainly agree that this is something, I agree, I guess 100% with what Commissioner Basso said, not to disagree with anybody else either, but these roads are well established. They've been traveled on a lot. If they were going to fail because of a construction issue, that would have happened a long time ago. Not that anything's perfect, but they've held up very well. So I'm not too worried about those core samples, but I'm not in a position of defending the city from a legal standpoint. I think we do need to have some further, maybe a workshop meeting. I don't know what we need to do to finish this, but I don't want to drag it out. I'm not trying to postpone anything. I think it would be good to get this done and get it done relatively quickly. But there may be some points we need to iron out. Mr. Administrator or Mr. Attorney, do you want to how would you like to proceed on this from the cities?
Before you proceed, I have a question, does the audience, if they have a question?
Oh, and we do have one blue card, and I'll get on the floor, yes.
Okay.
As I said, I think the only way you can really describe the situation is it's a mess, and has been a mess for 20 years. There are two things that should be reviewed when a subdivision is constructed. One is prior to construction, that the design by the engineers is appropriate, correct, and will produce the results that are anticipated. We now have the experience with the woods, and in all but one small area, which happens to be the eastern end of Washington, it was designed the way it should have been designed and constructed, we think, the way it should have been constructed. The only way you know if something is not constructed properly, however, is you have a surveyor go out and do a survey of the completed roads, compare those to the engineering design, and that's the crux of the matter. Everybody who has talked about, the roads are there, have been 20 years, and they're showing very little wear and tear are absolutely correct, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that they were probably built correctly. I mean, just the fact that they are there and are functioning correctly, they're fine. But we don't know what's below the surface, and we don't know the grades, if they're done correctly. We do know, again, in Washington, they were done incorrectly as a design flaw. So we simply have to know if the construction was done properly, and that's the whole purpose of what we're trying to do. And it's a matter of the city attorney calls it liability. I call it simple cost. If we accept the roads, which we would normally have done in 2004, then we are liable for the maintenance of the roads, and we're responsible for any errors that are created by the developer, by the design engineers at that time. But then we would have had a bond to correct those issues at that particular time, and we wouldn't be sitting here tonight. Now it's 20 years later, everybody who worked on that project is effectively gone. And my responsibility is to make sure the city doesn't, without their eyes wide open, accept the liability of something we just don't know what it is. If obviously the commission wants to accept that liability without knowing what it is, that's their prerogative. It's my understanding, it's my position to explain that there are things we just don't know
about the woods that would be revealed from a survey, which should have been done again 20 years ago, that would give everybody the ease to know that there is no problem to be concerned with. So anyway,
I can, if you like, I can read off the things that were requested from by the city.
That would be nice.
Yes.
Okay. Number one is that a 24-inch wide stop bar needs to be repainted with thermoplastic paint. 25 linear foot double yellow line needs to be painted with thermoplastic paint. The stormwater system should be cleared of debris and an inspection report submitted to the city. That's really not part of this because the stormwater remains their responsibility anyway. So that's not really part of this. Dirt and weeds should be cleared from the gutters. That's the same comment. I don't think that's part of this issue. They're responsible for stormwater. Stop signs should be replaced with reflective signs, 3M high intensity, prismatic or equal. The bolts need to be stainless steel. The current signs have low grade reflectivity and rusting bolts. Does Lake Helen have a requirement for decorative sign poles? If so, some will need to be upgraded to the decorative make and model. And probably the last two are the more bigger ones. Number 7 is as-built needs to be provided in CAD format. And number 8 is pavement testing results need to be submitted. I understand the comment that it's been 20 years. If there was a deficiency in the pavement, it probably would have materialized by this point. But so that's item 8. But item 7 says we want to make sure that really what we're saying is we want to make sure the roads are in the right of way. Did you put them where they said they were going to go, or do we have a situation where the paved road actually deviates outside the right of way, and we're on someone's private property? Probably be a bigger issue if you were to ask me, which would be the biggest one, is to make sure to have a survey to make sure that those roads were put where they were supposed to be put, because our records don't reflect that an as-built survey was done. I know we requested from the HOA, they looked through all their records, they couldn't find records either. So probably, at least from a legal perspective, the as-built, to make sure, as-built survey is the most important thing in my mind. Engineer may have a different opinion, but from my mind, the as-built survey is the most important thing to make sure the roads are where they were supposed to be.
How much would or do we know how much that survey approximately would cost?
no, I don't. I've not talked to, I've asked the engineer, he did not have an idea what a surveyor would charge. It's not an engineer, it's a surveyor. And it's, you know, I think I heard a little snicker about roads being built in the right of way. You would be amazed at how many roads that you live on are not in right of ways, but they're there.
Well, that was actually something that was going through my mind, and so many of the roads in town are not already.
Right.
If we get a few more, does that really matter that much? I know it's a liability, but I mean, chances are these are pretty darn close, because they were built to a higher standard than many of our roads, which really just kind of, they just put some millings down over where people generally drove, rather than ever be a contractor involved. So I'm not trying to be flippant. I know these are legitimate legal questions and legal liabilities, but it does seem like we might be getting a little too careful. But maybe I'm wrong.
I would suggest, somebody suggested earlier, Mr. Mayor, that a workshop may be appropriate with the HOA members and the commission sitting down. We can go through the items that were just mentioned by the city attorney. I think almost all of those were negotiated away in some way, form, or fashion. Because the only one we're really concerned with is were the roads constructed to the design of the engineer, meeting materials and location, and that's the main concern. If we're going to take it over, we want to take over something that is where it should be, and we don't have a liability issue with something going astray through no fault of the city.
Yeah, of all the things that I've heard, the only one that I'm concerned with is the survey. And I want the rest of that stuff to go away.
And we basically made it go away, all the rest of it, yeah. So the survey is the only thing that's been a sticking point. It is unfortunately the most expensive item,
Well, can we get an estimate?
Sure.
Or a bid? So that we'll know what we're negotiating here, or would that be inappropriate for us to get that number if we think they should do it? Maybe I'm out of turn.
Well, if I could read one thing, also one more thing.
Sure.
This is a letter from Don Findell. Yes, from Don Findell in January 6, 2005. This is the last letter. The first item, what was happening back in this period of time is the developer at the time was asking for their bond back. They posted a $77,000 bond. They said, hey, we've done everything, please give us our bond back. And there was correspondence back from the city. So, no, we didn't do everything. And here's one of the things they said. The sidewalk on High Street between Pennsylvania Avenue and Ohio must be removed and relocated to the edge of the subdivision lot lines. Well, that tells me it wasn't put where it was supposed to be put,
right,
when I hear that. So it happens, and it sounds like it happened. Now, was that corrected? I don't know. But I know that the balance of this, what I just read, wasn't done because that's what the city had to do last year during the hurricane. Because the rest of it talks about the drainage swale must be constructed between the edge of the sidewalk and the edge of High Street road service. The termination point of the Miami curve on Washington Avenue must be reconfigured to discharge it into the High Street swale. The catch basin, box culvert, and stormwater conveyance system must be constructed adjacent to the existing large retention pond on High Street in order to convey stormwater collected in the High Street drainage swales to the existing retention ponds or to the new retention pond. Engineering plans for this work must be submitted to the city engineer for the city to review and approve, and permits must be obtained from St. Johns River Water Management District if required. That's all one item. And the first sentence was the one I read about move the sidewalks. Everything after move the sidewalks, my understanding, I'm not an engineer, is what we did back in the fall. That's exactly what we did to address the flooding, to try to address the flooding issue. So that tells me everything but I can tell you everything but the first sentence of paragraph 1 wasn't done. Now, was the first sentence done? I don't know. But that's the first sentence says sidewalks are put not in the right place. Now, what else is not in the right place? Maybe it's just those sidewalks. I don't know. But that's what the as-built would show. So
I know the sidewalk.
that is 2005.
Okay, but then you have a letter on 2011 that everything is done.
Yeah, there was a letter from 2011 where everything was supposedly okay from the city attorney because someone was coming in to buy the subdivision. But there's no documentation showing any of this stuff was done.
But there is that saying that everything.
But none of the plan, none of the work that was supposed to be done, there's any evidence of it. And actually, one of the things we know wasn't done.
What I'm confirming is in 2006, there was a list, and then 2011, there is a letter that's saying that everything's confirmed and stuff.
I can go back and I don't know exactly what it says, it more or less says that. But I'm telling you, what I just read to you wasn't done in 2011 because it wasn't done in 2022.
So.
It wasn't done.
Okay,
So
we have a letter in 2011 saying that everything was done, right? Sorry, we have a letter, we have an email confirmed, and the attorney did read it also saying that everything was done in 2011, right?
I can go, I'll find the letter.
We've also said that it is the due diligence, or what I'm hearing now, the due diligence of the city, and that we're at this point anyway, right? That the streets were not turned over, right? There was things that should have been done for the streets to be turned over, and the city did not. Maybe not this list of people here, but in the past, it was not done. There's a letter in 2011 saying everything has been completed, but that last step of actually turning over the city streets was not completed.
Or the city
Right.
accepting
That's not
responsibility.
our responsibility now to come back and say, okay, now we're gonna do as-bills to confirm that you didn't do what you were supposed to do, either prior to 2011 or at the point of that 2011 letter.
Well,
That's
it's
the
a-
point where we
and
are
in
standing
no-
at.
Well, and in no time has the city accepted responsibility for those roads, and you're asking us to do that now.
But you should have.
Well, you should have done things too.
No, that's
You're supposed to be doing things.
No, this is about the developer.
You're the HOA, the HOA should have been doing things, the developer. The
No,
developer was the
no.
HOA. You took over for the developer.
No, the developer did that himself.
So, you did that.
So there are differences of opinion, and they're legitimate differences of opinion. And I certainly understand nobody wants to start by saying especially from a legal point of view, nobody wants to start by saying, oh yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right. That's not the way attorneys work. Much more the way commissions work and associations work. I think we're probably much closer than it seems like from the last 5 minutes. I really think we might be. I think there's, and I think we can get there. I don't know how much it's going to take to get us over the hump, but I know we won't get over the hump tonight. That's not our goal. We're not going to get over the hump fully tonight. I think a workshop at the very least is in order. And we need to do some things prior to that workshop to be prepared for it so that it can be constructive rather than just restating our differences. I do have.
I was just wondering, whose responsibility was it to make sure that those were as built? Did the city have any responsibility in that at all?
Yes.
Did that back the bond, or did we keep the bond? There you go.
So who was supposed to provide the as-built plans? Okay, yes, sir.
My answer to that question is the city has leverage at a point. The point where they either will or will not give a building permit to build a house. In my opinion, if the city wanted to maintain its leverage to get those things so that streets could be turned over, they should have refused to issue any building permits until that. And so in my opinion, I really do believe that although there's risk involved, although there's things that should have been done, I don't see holding the HOA responsible for things that anyone sitting here today, or the majority of people sitting here today, had any opportunity to take care of those things when they should have been taken care of. And so with that said, I would really like to move forward and find, to me, the one big issue in the whole thing that bothers me more than anything else is the survey to make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. And maybe there could be some joint responsibility in the cost of that survey. Maybe it can be pushed out over time through taxes or whatever. But I know that every home is on someone's lot and they own that. That becomes theirs. So if lines are blurred, if things are not where they should be, that's going to come back to bite everyone or anyone where the line may be blurred. So if we can get, as far as I'm concerned, if we can get a cost on what it's going to be to take the survey and at least have a conversation about how maybe jointly we can take care of that responsibility, then I think we can get home quickly.
I tend to agree very much with that. We do want to get this home quickly. No, not yet. You can ask, but I'm moving on to one other thing, and I'll let you be the first speaker, and then we're going to move to public speakers. But what I don't want to do is let it just become a big argument tonight, because it doesn't need to be. We all want, I mean, you're part of the city, as you opened up with. We are, this is the city. We're just trying to figure out our stuff. This is not us against you. This is our stuff. And we're just trying to work out the details. And we want to do it amicably and easily and spending as little of our money as we possibly can. But still protecting all of us at the same time. Because if there were liabilities, it's our liabilities. We need to make sure we handle it properly. We can't just all go yuck, yuck, isn't this funny, and move on. We have to do it right. So we'll get there. I don't want it to degrade into anything contentious. It just doesn't need to. I really don't believe it needs to. I do have about 5 or 6 blue cards. Kurt, I think you could be first, you can, and then we'll be Kelly Frasca. Yeah, if you'll take this and just pass it down the line. Thank you, Kurt. I appreciate it.
Kurt Sniffen, 491 Delaware, West Delaware. Just a couple of things to reiterate. Stop signs were put in our subdivision by the city, which means they're responsible, all right? That's number one. Number two, this has been ongoing for 2 years. How much communication did Lee give you guys prior to this meeting? That you guys are not prepared to listen to what's being said. I'm gonna take a survey. Did you get any information from Lee about this?
It's really not appropriate to.
Okay, you're right, but just think about that. He has known about this. We were actually supposed to be on the agenda last month, but we got pushed back because of the Orange Camp Point thing. All right, and we accepted that, you know, but you're starting, it just, some of the responsibility all the responsibility falls on the city. If you guys are putting stop signs in our subdivision or in the subdivision, you guys are already starting to assume responsibility of it, regardless. Because what if those stop signs were placed wrong? Then now who's liable? The city or us? I mean, that's the question I have. Because if it's gonna make us liable, take the damn things out. But we want them there for safety. I mean, and I get it, all right? I know I have 1:34. I'm not gonna be able to use all my minutes for some reason, but just saying, stop signs were put in by the city, so you guys have already now assumed responsibility of these streets by doing so, and have put us in a liability issue if something's wrong or misplaced on those stop signs. And to have us fix those stop signs that were requested by the city, that were put in by the city, come on. That's not right and it's not fair. Thank you.
Kelly Frascas. And after Kelly will be Nancy Weir.
Kelly Frasca, 616 John Street. First and foremost, the residents in the woods are our neighbors, and we need to treat them with just as much respect as we have if we're in other developments. I know Scott touched on a letter, which was I was going to ask about. The letter in 2005, which was between Don Findell, Lonnie Groot, and the developer. That developer was WLW, which is still in business today. So if there's any questions, you can reach out to them. That $77,000 bond that the city required to be held for the completion of the retention pond, has that been returned?
Yes.
And when was it returned?
Don Findell doesn't know when, but he does know the return.
Why are there no public records on that?
Don't ask me.
It seems to be the ongoing situation.
It is.
I don't mind you bringing up things for us to research, but we don't need to really have spot answers. So, let's, bring up things that we can look at, that's great, we'll do that, we'll make notes.
And that was a question that I had, was the money returned? So.
Thank you. Nancy Weary, and after Nancy will be Lance here.
Nancy Weary, 435 West Delaware. I have a couple of points I'd like to make. Number one, Becky Woody was here when we discussed the park. I'm not even sure why it was discussed for you all, for the city to take it over, because it's always been the HOA's private park. There's that.
Nancy, can you use the microphone? I can't hear you.
Yes. Second point is the road grades that seem to be an issue on High, which are not really in the woods. How were they approved? How are these problematic roads that have caused, this road that has caused so much issue, how were they approved? Next thing, there's a list that was given to the HOA last year. One of those items was the painting of the road requirement. How has the city handled the painting of the roads throughout the city otherwise? Because I know when they did the police department, those guys were out there rolling it with Public Works. You're talking about tens of thousands of dollars in our roads when Public Works is out there with a roller. Let's be honest, let's be fair. Who created that list for the HOA? The checklist.
City engineer.
So in 2011, we have a letter from the city attorney then. They were ready. In 2005, you returned a bond of $77,000. everything's been met. It's time for you all just to accept the roads. You basically had them anyway. Thank you.
Well, Commissioner, I agree with everything other than saying everything's been met. You may have a document that says it's been met. When you have a document that says we took the 36-inch tree down. Got a document that says we took the tree down, it's right here, it's got to be done, right? You go out and the tree's still there. So my point is, there are things that were not done, just because there's a document that says it's done, doesn't mean it was. But that's a moot point from my perspective.
I'm sorry, I missed the first point, the first part of the point you were trying to.
In other words, you said everything's been done.
According to the return of the bond, that shows that they met, the HOA then met.
And that's what I'm saying. You can have a document that says something's been done, but it.
I understand what you're saying, but the city position.
I'm sorry, for the record, we can't get, my point is that at this point in the game, I don't really think we need to concern ourselves with what was done, why wasn't it done. We just need to move forward, and the city should responsibility for stuff and accept the fact that things that should have been done were not. Accept the fact that people in positions of responsibility that were supposed to get those things done didn't.
On both sides, maybe on both sides.
Right, exactly, that's my point. So, I personally think the city administrator did what he's supposed to do. He investigated the problem, he went to the city engineer, he went to the city attorney, he's doing everything he can to protect everyone in the city to make sure that he's not putting us in a situation where there's liable to everyone in the city. And so he did what he did. Now, we have an opportunity as a board to come in here and say, look, I understand what you have to say, Scott, I understand what you have to say, Lee, and this is what I think is more important today than maybe those things. And of all of the things we talk about, there's only one thing that I'm concerned with, and that's the circle. So I would be ready to make a motion to accept the streets and go through the process of doing that as soon as we can figure out a mechanism where we can jointly take care of the responsibility of making sure that everyone's property is not in the road and the road's not on your property. Okay, that way we're all protected. That would make me happy. I don't know if that makes you all happy, but that would make me happy.
All right, next we have Lance Spears. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to respond. I'm going to read from paragraph 7C of the development order. Construction and landscaping of the community park shall be completed no later than the date that homes have been constructed on 25% of the total number of lots available for construction in the project. Should construction of the community park not be completed by said date, further issuance of building permits and development approvals shall be suspended until construction of the community park is completed by the owner and dedication to the city by the owner has been accepted by the city commission. That's what I was referring to. We were having discussions back with Jason. I don't think they wanted to build it. We didn't want it dedicated, is my recollection. But there is an obligation in there that once they got to, they could go beyond 25% of the homes constructed if that community park was not built and dedicated to the city. And that was one of the things that we were going to discuss.
And it sounds like that dedication to the city, where there was kind of it sounds like there was a mutual agreement that y'all didn't want to give it up and we didn't much want to take it. So we said, okay, never mind. But that was never codified.
My recollection is there were issues, and I think the developer still had control of the HOA at this time, but he had to get the approval of the HOA, and that was taking longer, even though he had control of it. My recollection is that's where it kind of fell apart. There was this drafting of an agreement where that was going to be amended in the development.
Oh, one other point. WLW was not the developer. WLW was a site contractor.
Yeah. The developer was Victoria Hills LC.
And just kind of restating the obvious, we've had several city administrators during these last 20 years. There have been many balls dropped in the city. We've seen it. We've come up against that numerous times. We know things have been done wrong, but we don't know exactly what. We're trying to do things best we can from today forward on everything that we come up against. That's not y'all's fault. It's not your responsibility that we have dropped balls. We don't know if the ball was dropped. We just have to find out. That's the whole point. We're not trying to stick y'all with anything unnecessary. We just got to do it right from here on out.
Mayor,
and I think we can.
can I just have-
Yes, sir.
Just look real quick on Sunbiz. The developer was Victoria Hills LC. The Victoria Hills LC voluntarily dissolved on December 29th, 2008.
So they
Bill
went away to go in 2008. So there probably were balls dropped there too, because they didn't dissolve because they were having happy times. They were having difficult times too, and no telling what balls they dropped. We just don't know. And I don't think they're huge. Probably a survey would have been one of the things they would have done, and it would have been part of the as-built. It would have been part of the as-built, and not to the expense they didn't want to occur right before they went out of business anyway. So, but we can't get blood out of the furnace. It doesn't even exist. So we just got to figure out where this is going to come from. We're not trying to do anything nefarious. We're just trying to work it out. I think we've worked through. I think staff has worked through a lot of the things already, and we seem to be in complete agreement on almost all of it. So even though it's frustrating, I know y'all are frustrated, and looking at having this price tag staring you in the face, it's got to be unnerving and frustrating. But I'm hoping we can get to a comfortable resolution, and I don't want it to take a long time. Sorry we put it off a month, but and as Commissioner Basso said, city attorney worked with y'all on a bunch of detail. We worked to get to this point. Now we're just kind of stating where we are. We're not going to resolve it tonight, but we've got to have this discussion. Sunshine Law makes it a real pain in the butt to get anything done because we can't talk about this. We can only do it in this kind of setting, and it slows things down dramatically. But realistically, these issues are not coming at us like a freight train. We'll be able to work our way through them in a reasonable period of time, and I don't think we need to feel a whole lot of pressure from the county. So we'll try not to create any pressures that don't need to happen. I do want to work our way through right.
Two very quick points. I just lost it in just that moment. We met several times with the city administrator and attorney. This is the first time in this meeting that we've heard that the list was wiped clean, separate from the as-built, right? Not that that changes this discussion, because I'm not sure that that's something that we would willing. So I'm glad to hear that. That is at least one step forward, right? But that is some progress. The other thing, I guess you said, we don't be held to the calendar. These discussions have been had for 2 years.
Yeah.
I spent 6 months we spent 6 months with discussions with the city staff. And so it is a time issue for us, right? It's a cost factor, it's a time issue. I know that I spoke to several of the commissioners, letting them know that this was our point of discussion when we came here tonight, with the hope that some of this due diligence would have been done, and most definitely with the hope that a decision would have been made, and a motion would have been made, and a decision, because we allowed enough time for you to do the research. So that is a little bit disheartening that is apparently not going to happen tonight. And I think that's a point that needs to be well said too, that the list, we were not aware that this list was somewhat amended. And second, that we had reached out with information and the purpose of the discussion with the intent of having a decision made. And then the third thing would say that just because you were not part of the decisioning or what happened in the past doesn't mean that you're not complicit or responsible for making the appropriate decisions.
We're here representing.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's, okay.
We understand
Absolutely.
that. We're bringing all
And we
that
do
back
appreciate
to the table right tonight.
Okay, thank you.
In general, if anyone in the city is having conversations with the city administrator or the city attorney and you don't like what they hear, we can't talk about it on the phone. Right. But
You can call me. Anyone you can
I
call
did,
me.
we did, as a HOA, we did reach out to several,
Okay.
we'll say that
Okay. Well, back to the card. Mr. Spears and Debbie Ritchie will be next.
Lance Spears, 491 Garden Street. Just listening to the whole conversation tonight, all the way back to 2004, it's hard to imagine that the engineers and the surveyors didn't do their job back then in order to get approval to continue with the development. So with that being said, I don't understand the core samples, the new survey. If they're gonna survey our neighborhood, are you gonna survey the rest of the city, make sure the rest of your streets are in proper place and not in somebody's yard as it's been put? I mean, really? You know they're not.
Anytime.
They are in your yard, I'm sure of
Well,
that.
to answer your rhetorical question, anytime we do any work, we certainly do. And we survey and we figure all of that out before we proceed, just putting pavement back over, you know, what may have been a mistake in the past. We try and clean it up as we go. So there, yes, we do actually do some work like that.
Okay. Because I mean, I know a lot of the street that goes down by your home. You know, I'm on a golf cart. I know the city. I'm around it a lot. But there's no way I can believe that everything just got passed through and one put like it was supposed to be, otherwise the bond that they received back.
Well, chances are your streets are so much closer than any of the other streets in the city. They probably are. But we need to know that before we jump into the ownership. We just need to know. It's important, incumbent upon us.
But just our subdivision? Or is there gonna be others that are gonna,
We're not accepting that,
because you already own them?
correct.
Okay.
We're not accepting anybody else. As we accept things, we do it this way. This is how we do it. Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're responding. I won't interrupt you. But I also heard this gentleman state that, you know, he didn't know what the expense was for doing so, but he knew it was the most expensive part of it. Well, either you know what it is or you don't know what it is. You know, so.
My neighbor does say the surveys for a company and they charge a minimum $175 an hour.
I want a job. I want a job. Thank you for your time, Tim.
Thank you.
And ladies, excuse me.
Next is Debbie Ritchie, and after Ms. Ritchie will be Alan Phillips.
Debbie Ritchie, 310 West Michigan. Most of what I wanted to say has pretty well been covered, but a couple points. I appreciate the take that especially Commissioner Basso initially said that he wants to work with us and the approach that it's time to take care of this. My opinion is that this should have been taken care of back in 04, 05, but it was between the city and the developer. We are not the developer. And whoever's fault it was that it didn't get taken care of, it's not us. So however that was missed, and I understand the city attorney, he's looking out for the city, which he should be, but he's looking to us. He shouldn't be looking to us. He should be looking to the developer, and that time has passed. So in my opinion, it's time to take the streets. It's city, they're public streets. As you know, we have people racing down these streets every day. So they're city streets, and they need to be taken. And we're not the ones responsible for them. My other question is, you're talking about the main thing now that needs to be done is a survey. Well, for each of us to build our home, we have to have a survey done. So when we have that survey done, would that not show if a street or a sidewalk is in the wrong place? Do any of you know the answer to that?
Probably not, unless that's what they were surveying. They're surveying your property, not the street.
But they do it in relation to the street.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, if we took every
Mhm.
that individual people have surveys for, and you put them all together like a neat little puzzle.
Right.
And you line all the lines up perfectly, and everything represents, yeah, we can figure it out from there. That's what the survey.
Okay, but it doesn't show it with an individual home, it wouldn't show.
Yes, it would show yours, but it doesn't show the entire project in its evolution. In other words, what he's asking for is standard operating procedure when you are doing new development. What they're asking for
Right.
are not unreasonable things. They are 20 years later.
Right, I understand.
That's the point. And what I don't, the only reason I talk about survey and is because I don't want a situation where there's a road on somebody's property. You're absolutely right. If something came up, and because it's already nearly built out, if something came up that there was a serious problem with the road on the property,
Right.
it probably would have raised its head a little. And
Right.
That's why I was saying earlier also about the condition of roads, soil water is not necessarily necessary. But all of those things typically are standard operating procedure before, the city signs off on it. It has to.
Right.
I'm ready to move forward with this.
Right.
Because we don't have a good mechanism in place for finding the party who's responsible for having, providing the information.
Right, I agree.
So, should that fall onto the city? At the end of the day, probably.
Right.
Because I believe that the leverage that we had was the ability not to give permits. And I believe, I'm guessing, I'm perceiving that the letter that from Lonnie that was passed through early on in 2011 to bring in another builder to build out, said, oh yeah, that's, everything's been done, that eased that responsibility, that took it all in the new person's hands.
Right.
I'm just guessing, I don't know for a fact.
Right.
But, and with that said, I believe we kind of, in a way, we gave up our ability to take care of what we were looking for, which should have happened a long time ago.
Right.
It's unfortunate that, 2008 happened when it did on the heels of that development. Had it not happened, we probably wouldn't be here.
I agree.
But, so on the same token, I don't think it's fair to ask your HOA to bear these expenses. I don't think it's fair to the city either. So I think if we stand back and look at it and say, okay, what's the function of the soil board? What's the function of each one of these things that we do? At the end of the day, it has a function. And it tells us whether or not the roads are built well. As-bills tells us whether or not the roads are built where they're supposed to. And I think there's enough collective information out there for us to just say, hey, I think we're probably okay. Okay? I don't know.
Right.
And I don't feel like spending $200,000 to find out.
To find out.
I don't feel like asking you to spend $200,000 to find out. So, I think the best thing we can do at this time is either say, hey, no, we're not taking the roads, or yes, we are. I think it's in the best interest of your development and the city of Lake County and everybody in it to accept the roads. We want that's right.
Right. Well, I agree, because they're not our roads.
Yeah. Early opportunity to study this a little bit more in case there's something that I have not seen. A variable that's, I haven't put in the equation yet, but I'm very close to moving forward.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Last blue card I have is Alan Cook.
Take it away.
Alan Cook, 792 Oak Tree Lane. I've been sitting here listening. At the time when this all happened, I was involved, big time.
You're the one.
I caused it. But anyhow, I've been in the excavating business for years. I have done hundreds of developments over the years. Now, let me explain something here. When you build a development, before any roads get turned over or anything, there has to be a percentage, Rick brought it up before, there has to be a percentage of those houses built before you make that step to move in and turn the roads over and turn things over. In this case, are you ready for this? When this all hit the fan, there was 12 houses built. That's it. And we got a hell of a lot more than 12 houses there. So that's the reason. Then we got into a meeting that I was at, and Mr. Fidel got into a little to-do with the builder about the landscaping. That's how it started. And then we started going downhill with that. Long story short, we ended up in a lawsuit. Nobody mentioned about the lawsuit. Okay? Now, in the lawsuit, I'm not even going to mention the builder's name, but he was a reputable builder. And the name that you mentioned, Lee, was a subcon or a part of that. Okay? The builder that I'm talking about built a lot of houses around here. But anyhow, so what happened is we ended up going to court and back and forth and everything else. Long story short, when the court thing was over with, the builder decided that he is not going to put up with this stuff from Lake Helen anymore. And he sold the property. He made a deal and he sold the property. Now, at that point, his obligation as far as doing all this and everything else was stopped. The only difference is when he sold the property, he sold it to a person who sells lots and building things and so forth. Now, in the meantime, probably looking around here, everybody has a different builder because there's a lot of builders that build houses in there, different builders. So this isn't forgotten, but for 12 years, that place laid over there with no construction. 12 years, there was no construction done in there at all. If you were a neighbor like a certain woman I know, she thought she really had it made. There wasn't gonna be any new houses in there, right? But anyhow, so that's basically what happened. It just sat for 12 years. So it's not that everybody forgot it or nothing. It just wasn't ready for what I'm doing here. So in the meantime, all these lots were sold to different builders. And now all these different builders are building. So do you think one is going to be more responsible than the other? Say, I've got to look into the street thing. No, it ain't going to happen. So anyhow, that's where we stand right now. And I think after all the years of turning over developments and everything else, as a citizen of this fair city for 30-some years, I would, if I was a commissioner, now I could do it, but I can't do it, I would make a motion because I know the builder that did that. And if you think about it, every one of these people's houses were surveyed. And every one of those surveys are certified by an engineer. Now, do you think all those surveyors that did these houses are wrong? And plus that, if you did that many houses crooked, the development streets wouldn't straighten out. So it's very easy to find the streets and where they're, because you're almost done with the development now. So, but my feeling is on this whole thing, to keep peace is let's get these roads turned over. Now, the only thing I do question is I think we should have a meeting of some kind to go over what their problems are so we can break down what problems we feel as the city is fair and which isn't. And I think that's the only thing, like Rick says, that's holding this up as far as I'm concerned. But I think we should do it, get it over with, and be done with it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cook, and thank all of you. Did you want to speak, sir?
Yeah, just one little thing. I've been talking to my client about this, and I think everyone's kind of on the same page in terms of setting up a workshop and all of that. The only request my client has is to be as soon as possible, if possible, even in the next couple of weeks. if that could be set, that'd be in everyone's interest while this is fresh in everyone's mind.
I think that's a very reasonable request that take place sooner rather than later. Certainly within a few weeks, that doesn't seem unreasonable at all, an expectation. I don't know that if we decide to do a survey, I don't know that we could complete anything that quickly. But decisions as to which direction we're going to take, I think can be, we can certainly start the conversation. We can do the next step in the conversation fairly quickly.
I'd like to meeting to go over what the issues are, and I'm not even worried about the survey.
Well, some are, some aren't. Mr. Attorney?
Hearing everybody talk about this, something that y'all could think about that's feasible to do is, do you think it's possible to get each property owner in the woods to sign like a
release?
A release, in essence saying if any of the improvements encroach onto their property, they hereby consent to that property being there. That might be a
way to assume that risk without assuming risk.
Okay.
What's the thought?
Yeah, okay.
Well,
it was an idea to make it so we can maybe avoid the survey.
Go ahead, question. Joy, does the association have any bottles of water in here that Rick could use?
There's water in the fridge.
There's water in the fridge. We are looking for creative ideas as to how we can get past this. Certainly, I believe there's a lot of goodwill here. There's some consternation, but I don't think it's because of a lack of goodwill. I do believe that we can get through this. We got to iron out the points, but I think we can. And we can assume, as I've said, that balls were dropped by everybody along the way, not the least of whom would be the developer at the time. And if y'all will remember back in 05, 06, 07, 08, those were rough times. I mean, it was hairy, to say the least. Everybody was falling apart. And lots of things fell through the cracks. Not because of anything nefarious, but things were just falling apart. And we're picking up pieces, and let's do that as amicably as we can. But I think we can do that. I think we can dot some of our I's and cross some of our T's and get some of our, based on the discussion we've had tonight, we can prepare for the next meeting and probably do that within a couple of weeks without any problem. Normally we would set up a meeting for that right now, a meeting date, but I'd rather just get together with staff, myself, and look through some of that and maybe make some plans, and we'll just call the commissioners and get that date announced pretty quickly. I do want it to be within a couple of weeks as well. I don't want to push this out. That is not any. I know time is money, time is frustration as well. So thank you all for Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then the other thought, just to kind of put this out there as well, that, of course, it would be the goal to have, whatever the agreement is at the workshop, hopefully have an agreement that would then be voted on in the next commission.
Yeah, we could even, if we feel confident going into that meeting, we could even make it a special meeting and make that decision then. But we'll, yes, sir. I can't, if you want to address this.
I'm not making it be a part, I'm just going to tell you. It's a special meeting so you can vote.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. I just get, what I will say is that I get a lot of requests from the public to not get into conversations with the gallery, because that can't come through the website and the public record. So I'm not trying to argue with you, Mr. Cook, you know that. But thank you all very much, and appreciate it. I think we made some good progress even tonight. We certainly learned a lot. We, the commission, have learned a lot. Okay. Next is item 7A, acceptance of, or excuse me, I'm skipping, I missed. Item 6C, this table.
Is this on? Okay. All right, so y'all have 11 by 17 packets of the PowerPoint presentation in front of you. So my name is Joy Taylor. I live at 208 North High Street in Lake Helen. And thank you so much for having me here tonight to come and talk with you about public art through the implementation of our downtown master plan. So before I get into anything, I want to let you know my goal for being here. I am not here for you to make a decision tonight. I'm not here for you to vote on anything. I'm here so that I can present some information with practical sources and applications to move discussions forward towards decisions. So I want to talk about the downtown master plan, and I want to do that within the context of public art, because I think that's a good starting place to the implementation of this. So if you go to page 2. So in 2018, Lake Helen published an award-winning downtown master plan, which was planned with 4 locations for public art. So the public art was included because it's an important part of creating public spaces which are inviting, beautiful, and functional. And those are all important aspects to having a thriving downtown. So if you go to the next page. So there are 4 locations identified for public art. Suggested types of public art are sculptural, monumental, fountain, and mural, with nature elements as a subject. The location I want to focus on this evening is Main Street and Lakeview. So if you go to the next slide. So I'm focusing on Main Street and Lakeview because it's a high impact location. This is the point of arrival and the arrival sequence, and it's the most underutilized location of the 4 identified in the downtown master plan, and it's the most important navigation milestone in our arrival sequence. So I'm using language arrival sequence. I just want to define this a little bit. So I'm going to talk about the anatomy of the arrival sequence. So there's 4 parts to it: portal, gateway, corridor, and memorable moments, clear navigation, and the arrival in a sense of place. So the portal and the gateway, this is the beginning of the approach. So like if you wanted to scale this down to residential understanding, this would be like your driveway apron or crossing the property line. Corridor and memorable moments, this is the approach. It's a series of moments that you move towards the destination. It might be important views or important architecture. On a residential scale, this might be important intersections, views, landmarks. So for clear navigation, it's important to know where you're going. You know that you're on the right path and you know where you're going to go next. And then the last is the arrival, of the sense of place, and you know that you've arrived. So to kind of talk that down, so I had a video where I drove starting at the gateway down through the corridor and sort of went through what these moments were in our sequence and why I think Lakeview and Main Street is worthy of being the first location for consideration of these 4 parts of the downtown master plan. So we have a gateway with, that's clearly marked. We have a corridor that has an alley of the large oak trees that provides rhythm. It creates that directional sense if you know where you're going. We have we have memorable moments with architecture, the churches, views. But then you get to the stop sign at the end of Main Street and you dead into Lakeview, and that's just where people drive to run their trucks in the lake. No one knows where to go. They just keep going and then drive into the water. So that to me is an opportunity. And so that's where I think we could improve navigation, where we could create a sense of place, a sense of arrival, and art can do that. So if you go to the next page where it says you have arrived, just to make sure we're all on the same page, this one. So
Clear signage for navigation. In the downtown master plan, we have a signage schedule that talks about it. This would be a great place to be able to say this way to the lake, this way to Market in the Park, this way to City Hall, this way to the police station. So the public art would signify the importance of this place, that you've arrived in Lake Helen. It would become a landmark. So the practical application of this is I did find an artist, so I researched a bunch, and Matthew Platchek, he has more than 3 decades of experience creating monumental sculpture for public spaces. He's experienced in creating landmark art for cities that add value, as well as received widespread acclaim and numerous national art and architectural publications. That is the real deal. You know, this is real municipal public art, and it's an investment in who we are as a city of Lake Helen. It's an investment of the future growth for our city. It's a step towards building an outward identity through our urban planning to drive future business and growth in our downtown. So he has several different art collections that if you go to the next page, and that I would suggest are good choices that are already curated pieces. There's horses, sandhill cranes, butterflies. They can also do custom work. When I called and talked to them, they said the city could they would do it within a budget, 20, 25 points. That's something that you can discuss with the artist. And they can, customize art so that it's suited for the space. As far as the art installation, there's there's another page that's an email, and then on the back of it, it's materials. So I contacted them, and that on there is warranty, installation, the anchoring. He deals with all the rental of equipment. If there's cranes or anything that's involved, he manages all of that. And that's included in the pricing for the art. And so all the art is created, engineered, and installed by the artist, and they will take care of all the aspects of engineering installation. And the pricing just depends on what you want to do. It can range any $10,000 to $10,000. It's not cheap, but this is the investment in who we are as a city to build towards that infrastructure for the future. So again, questions, conversations, please no decisions. I'm not asking for that. I just want to talk about, 2008, we had this plan, and then COVID hit, and we all just stopped talking about this really cool thing that we did together that we all agreed on. And so I just really wanted an opportunity to bring this back into the public conversation and discuss it and figure out how we move towards these goals. You're welcome.
Are there any questions? Just say, I think this needs a two-pronged approach. There needs to be an organization that drives.
To me, this needs a two-pronged approach. There needs to be an organization that drives the idea, and the commission needs to, at its budget workshop, prepare a funding mechanism for it. And so our responsibility, as far as I'm concerned, would be to make sure that the next time we do a budget, or even take a piece of ARPA funds that's available and use it immediately. And that way, when you put those two together, then the magic happens. So I would love to see this kind of stuff continue to unfold. I've always put everything else on the back shelf because I feel like our infrastructure should come first, the foundation, if you will. And you know how I feel about our crumbling infrastructure, lack of funds to take care of it. But with that said, sometimes you have to paint a wall just to keep everybody smiling. And that's what I see art in our community as. So anyway.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? It's a beautiful presentation. I love some of the, from a 11 by 17 sheet of paper, the art looks awesome. It's a little hard to get scale in your mind. I saw some of these measurements that 10 feet by 24 feet, municipal scale type things. And that's what we need. Your comments about you come down Main Street and then you hit that last intersection there. It really is kind of a dud visually. for the city. I think the idea of creating some memorable spaces in the city is fantastic. And I love the city is fantastic. And I love the artist you found. I never searched for artists, so I have no idea how hard that may or may not have been to do. But I love what I see. It certainly fits Lake Helen. The horses and the butterflies. We're a monarch city and have been for a long time. We've got sandhill cranes that we all know and love. So it's good stuff, really good stuff. Thank you. And I appreciate your, like you said, bringing forward the 2018 master plan that did kind of get forgotten. It's good to revisit and re-energize things like that. Thank you.
Do you have a budget number for our first project?
I mean, I think for a first project, I would want to see it phased. Like, I think if we were going to do something, and this is just talking off the cuff, these are things that we need to be, and I would honestly suggest, maybe the city needs to have a public art board that is an advisory board and makes recommendations to the city as just a thought. Most cities do. They have a cultural board or an art board. But I would like to see there be, that section, it used to be an old gas station. There are probably, I believe the reason we got it so cheap was, according to Mr. Long, is that the tanks are still there. So I don't know what kind of, what could be built there, but maybe public art would be a great thing to have there. There's still gas tanks there, because what else are you going to do with it? But maybe there needs to be some hardscaping. It's right now the lot is fully invested with old rain trees and basic plant material. So it could be a cool place right there by the lake to have some hardscaping, some benches, add in some native plants, and then put in a piece of art. So it becomes a meaningful, not just, a destination, or not just, a landmark, but it's a landmark destination as well. So it creates meaningful space, not just, a visual cue. And then I think the signage is another key element of this, and how that integrates. Right now we have that's kind of prime political real estate, right? That's where people like to put their signs. So maybe a signage where people can take those boards and those announcements, that it slides in and can be interchanged for events and things like that, but it looks nice. It doesn't look junky, because Lake Helen's not junky. And so, I think there's ways we can elevate this and raise the bar, and that it would need to be something really well thought out, well planned. And that's the point of the downtown master plan. We have a plan. And how do we get to a place by having conversations, putting out ideas, figuring out what is the budget of that? Well, do we want this whole package? Do we have to have it all right now? No, absolutely not. And so, but I think that those are, if we don't talk about it and we don't plan those ideas and we don't set those goals, this is never going to happen.
Right.
So let's talk about it. That was a long answer.
Good answer, though. Appreciate it. I have a blue card from Jesse. Is that on this? Or is that on this top? Okay, Mr. Richard, come on. Would you like a microphone? Sure. I would like for you to have a microphone. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. And your name and address.
Jeff Ritchie, 310 West Michigan. I'm not here to talk about the woods now. I just really want to commend Joy and the commission for bringing this back up. Joy's absolutely right. She alluded to COVID and all of that. So we've all been waylaid for the last few years. And so I really appreciate her bringing this topic back up. You all engaging in it. I do think it's an important conversation. Lake Helen's green space is its #1 attribute, right? We're all here because of it. Bikes, ride our horses, walk, run, however you want to get around Lake Helen, you can do it. And so would love to continue to engage in that conversation, and our family certainly will support it any way we can. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commission?
as soon as we can figure out what a budget is, I'm ready to make a motion to use a certain amount of the ARPA funds before they all disappear.
Yeah, that would be great. You know, it's very rare that you get money that doesn't come with strings, right? And, you know, we all know, Lake Helen, you know, we fundraise like crazy. We are heavily involved in that. And, it's not easy. It's a lot of work. But I think that those are the things that really make us who we are. I think they're the things that we attach value to. And, you know, strike while the iron's hot. But I don't disagree, but I think it's not a, it's a discussion, not a decision yet, but I think that there are practical steps to getting there that could happen.
I think you're right. This needs to be a process where we create and generate buy-in from the citizens, so that everybody's happy when they see it and see that we spent what seems like a ridiculous amount of money, because it will seem like a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah.
But you don't have a nice city unless you spend money making it nice. You just don't.
And I really do think, you know, if you build it, they will come. And if the downtown is a true expression, outward expression of who we are, well planned, that those businesses and that downtown will thrive the way that we all have envisioned it in that downtown master plan. The community was heavily surveyed in the process of making that downtown master plan, more than anything else I've ever seen be presented to the community with feedback, and everybody bought into that. These are things we've already all agreed on, like how rare is that? It's exciting. So, you know, let's make it happen.
Let's pick up that ball that we all forgot we were playing with back then, because it's a good game. I mean, it's a good place to be. Thank you
And do
very
it
much.
with value.
Yeah.
With value and longevity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, item 6D, Mr. Eric Lissy has asked to address the commission on removing litter from the roadways. Mr. Lissy, are you
Mr.
here?
Mayor, that gentleman informed us at about 5 o'clock this afternoon that he'd like to postpone till next meeting.
Next is consent agenda, acceptance of paid bills. Is there any discussion on approval of the paid bills report? I have a motion to pay the bills. So moved. Have a second? Second. Have a motion and a second to approve the bills paid report. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries. Next is acceptance of the stormwater master plan. Mr. City Administrator, would you like to introduce this once again?
Yes, what happened to the microphone?
Yeah. It's coming.
Okay, thank you.
Some time ago, the city contracted with an engineering firm to produce a stormwater master plan. The purpose of the stormwater master plan was to identify the projects in terms of priority that would be necessary to begin the creation of a stormwater network within the city. That study has now been completed. A workshop was held with the city commission, and approximately $2.5 million of the projects were included in the study, ultimately to be constructed over the next probably 20 to 30 years. The second item on that particular part of the consent agenda, the acceptance of the stormwater master plan financial feasibility analysis, is to create the number for the commission to consider a time very soon to occur when we need to decide on what assessments we would like to levy for the stormwater utility within the city. So to do that particular study, we'd like to have some assurance, meaning the feasibility study, that the stormwater master plan that you've already reviewed is the one that we should work off of in terms of numbers and dollars anticipated. Now, Commissioner Eckert yesterday afternoon suggested perhaps 6 additional projects that he thought were worthy. Not had a chance to take those to the city engineer yet, But as I mentioned to you in an email, I think it's important that we start with what we have right now and realize that there will be many suggestions made over the years of enhancements to the stormwater master plan. The first one being the one from Commissioner Eckert. So I would not like to hesitate to slow down the acceptance of that so that we can proceed with the financial analysis, get a good number on the assessment and move forward. And in the meantime, get feedback from the city engineer on the ideas that Commissioner Eckert has put forward.
Do you want to make a motion about adding your things? Well, another part. Did you have something you want to say?
Yes.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, some of these items that I added on to, some of them are in addition to what was accepted, the master plan. In the plan, the master plan is incomplete in a lot of issues, and a lot of problems were not brought up in it. And one of them is the water recharge area south of the intersection of Ohio and High Street. It's not city-owned property. It's owned by the Kirkland family. And the property appraiser has valued it at $100,000. For us to dump water into it violates state law, in which we're not allowed to flood other people's property. So it would behoove us to look into adding the purchase of that land to the requirements for High Street, even if we only purchase the north half where the water recharge area is and not the Orange Road. It's a necessary item to be able to do the High Street drainage correctly and legally. And there's a couple other ones that have been brought up over the past couple of years that never were entered into this. And like I said at the meeting, this master plan to me is nothing but a knee-jerk reaction to the two past storms that we had, because that's all it addresses is the flooding issues that were there. And one of the corrections on it I added into mine that includes the Lake Clout area is actually for the city to obtain some right-of-way, which would not be very far, to install an overflow drain down, I believe it's Cooper Lane and McKenzie, with a discharge into the Deep Creek recharge area. This would solve some of the flooding problems of the neighbors up there on North Euclid, I believe it is, and Clown Avenue area. So that's a lot of the ones that are in my additions are enhancements to what's already been in the draft master plan.
Okay. Just for, not to be argumentative, but you called this plan a knee-jerk reaction to the storms, but this was started well before the storms ever happened.
Why are all of them dealing with issues that occurred after the storm?
I think the storms creating those issues kind of bore out much of the report. It's a chicken and egg thing, which came first. It doesn't really matter in many ways. I wasn't trying to be argumentative. The engineer, when he presented the master plan, made that comment that much of what we saw in the storm bore out what they had found during their preparing of this plan. And he also said that it will be incomplete. You know, we did see some things that they didn't expect, and there will be other projects certainly that the city might want to bring in and start doing. This will not prohibit us in any way from bringing in additional projects or even in how we prioritize. It just was a starting point. And it also, going from item B here, acceptance of the master plan, takes us to item C, which gets us to where hopefully come time to create the tax assessment, we'll have real numbers that will be meaningful, that we can stick to in creating a tax, an assessment on the tax that is exactly right. We tried last year, and I don't think we were far off, but we weren't making an educated guess. We were making as good a guess as we could based on the numbers we had. But this item C here, the feasibility analysis, will give us not a truly educated number to move forward with, but we have to have the stormwater master plan to plug in. So do we have a motion or any more further discussion prior to a motion on the stormwater master plan?
As far as I'm concerned, the master plan. As far as I'm concerned, the master plan is a work in progress. I think the things that you brought to our attention need to be considered, need to be part of the plan. And I think there's things that none of us have thought about yet that are going to be added to the plan. And this is going to happen. Maybe not every year has brought something new, but I would imagine several plans will be adopted. Every 5 years, something new will be added to it. So as the engineer said, we don't have a storm drainage system in Lake County. We had bits and pieces that people put in a long time ago. So this is the step in the right direction. Do I want to stop what we're doing right now to see how long it will take to add what you would like to put to it? If it doesn't take any time, I have no problem adding it to it at this moment. But that I appreciate your response, Roger. But it takes more than 15 minutes because they also developed a quasi budget, and that's the next step. So I would like to know from the engineer how long it would take to add these things to it. Okay, and do we want to wait until our next city commission meeting to adopt the master plan so we can add these things to it? I don't. I already said I want to add it to it. I just do not want to wait.
You don't have to wait.
Good, then I'll make a motion to adopt the master plan tonight. So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Batso, a second from Commissioner Bishop. I have a motion from Commissioner Batso, a second from Commissioner Bishop to adopt the master plan, and we can still keep discussing. Have no fear, we will. I know Commissioner Rutledge, you.
So some of what I wanted to bring, Commissioner Basso already addressed, but I just wanted to, circle back to what you're saying, Commissioner Eckert, about the items that are listed here. And I don't see why we couldn't adopt this today and have an amendment at a later date that amends these items that are addressed here and here, and as a continuation of that plan. I think this is a living document. It's going to need many revisions and additions as we move along. So this is a good starting point. But like you said, there are going to be things that we need to continue to add and work on as we go forward.
Well, the engineer is going to have to consider some of when he takes and reviews what needs to be done anyway, because if not, we're going to be in violation of law. We're going to end up even in a worse position than we are with the Lake Helen Woods roads problem. And we don't need to continue adding to our problems. We need to resolve them ahead of time, being proactive. And so when the engineer takes and reviews the master plan and they start reviewing the feasibility analysis and everything to come up with everything,
it's got to be included into it. Otherwise, we're going to be up this tree without any way of getting down.
I think we need to, I'll speak in favor of accepting the stormwater master plan as it is, because much of it was prepared in a certain format, which is the SRF or SFR, whatever getting that funding from the state that's 40% or so forgivable, state revolving fund, SRF. This stormwater master plan was created using basically their template and filling that in so that we can move forward quickly with the right numbers and the right level of engineering. What's that? I am not lying to people. That's what he told us in his presentation.
He didn't say it was based on merit, the SFR funds.
The SRF, that's what I recall him saying. If I'm misremembering, then I wish he was here to say it, because I don't think I am, but I'm certainly not lying. I've made mistakes, but I'm not lying about it. I'm not misrepresenting. Wow. In order to move forward towards getting that state revolving fund grant loan, we have to accept a plan that we start moving forward with. So I'm speaking in favor of accepting the stormwater master plan. It's part of the discussion for that. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, as soon as we get done with this, Roger, I'm going to make another motion to have the projects that you talked about sent to the engineer and added to this plan. Okay? That's my plan.
Is that a reasonable way to move forward? I mean, we're not trying to.
I'm not talking that you're trying to stifle or put down what I'm submitting. It's a lot of misrepresentation on what was presented, and what you're presenting to the public is an error. And it irritates me when that occurs, because we're supposed to, the information about this draft plan being done according with the SRF funds. SRF funds has a requirement that is nothing near this. This is, their requirement is a basic thing that you have to have a plan to be able to submit in to receive the funds, to even put in for the funds. They don't have a template that says that you got to go by this guideline to do it. They only specify that you have a plan. If this was based on SFR funds, there are so many violations of state law in this plan. That is why every single one of them that crosses a state property or a county property that has not been vetted by those organizations is in violation of state law. Any of the plans that dumps the water on other people's property is a violation of state law.
Unless it already naturally goes there anyway.
It's not naturally going to go there until we put the pipes there. Because right now, there's a couple of plants that don't have any pipes going to those locations.
When we get into the fire department, okay, I'll let you speak as an expert. But if you're going to talk about underground utilities and how that stuff works, let's just assume I know a little something about it. You're right.
Let's assume I know a little bit about it, because I've been through the hazmat training and everything else that deals with all that stuff and how to control the flow of
If you'll allow me to finish, yes, if you put a pipe in the ground and you direct water from one place to the next, you have to get permits to do all of that stuff. But if you don't put a pipe in the ground and the water comes to a certain height and it spills over where it naturally goes, you can move that water through a pipe to the same place. What you were talking about, going across property that's owned by the state or the county or whatever, you're absolutely right, if you did it without permits. But when you can make a plan that says this is what we're going to do, and then when you get to go do it, you contact the state, you contact the county, you get the permits to move the water across your property. So this is not a piece of crap. It's not full of what you call misrepresentation, et cetera, et cetera. It's not complete because it's a working document.
I will say, if I can interrupt you for 1 second, I do remember the engineer saying that this is, if this is a 10-step process, from we got water on the ground and what are we going to do with it, to having a culvert in the ground. If there's 10 steps in between, this is like along step 2 or 3, maybe. Then you do go, and once you get deeper into the engineering, you find out, you do the research, you find out exactly who owns what and who needs to be involved in the permitting process. He was very upfront about the fact that there's a lot in this that is very incomplete. This is just a beginning of a plan.
And I believe in the last meeting, when we discussed this, I brought up the point about property acquisition.
You did.
And that was addressed. So to your concerns, Commissioner Eckert, I think some of that will be remedied as we address these projects, project by project. We will be able to see at that point where you're saying water will be going, we will be able to, at that point, figure out land acquisition. That's not addressed here yet. So I understand your concern and very valid concern. I have the same one.
Well, I think we've spoken through much of this, and we're not done, but this would be a good place to insert public comment. Nancy Weir, if you would. If you would use this. I know. It's a pain, but it does.
I don't know what to point it to. Nancy Weary, 435 West Delaware. I believe approving this, I appreciate and applaud Commissioner Eckert for speaking up. We talked about some of this at the workshop in the land acquisition, specifically the Ohio High area. And we talked about that area being traditionally a sinkhole. However, that is private owned property, and you're talking about approving a plan that is going to, right off the bat, run that water in there. And if you want to say it's naturally run, that is where all the flooding is, and it's not natural. It's already been established. That's what needs to be down. So I do think someone responsible needs to contact the owner and have a discussion with them, because I don't believe anyone from the city has. And yet we have plans to further flood their property.
You know what I believe? I believe that when we hire an engineer to do a project for us, please, they are going to get the proper permitting.
I've heard you speak against it and for it.
Can I please finish?
Yes, you may.
Good. I think they will provide drawings for us, they'll provide permitting, they'll provide land acquisition.
And how has that worked for us so far?
Just step on me every time I.
No, but I think we need to have real conversations.
Well,
It can't be done. We are all neighbors.
Go ahead and finish your time, if you would, thank you.
I made my point. Thank you.
If you rewind that.
Yes, I
could. And
To Commissioner Basso's point, I do agree that, as I said, this is steps 1 and 2 of 10, maybe 100-step process. And the engineer said very clearly that, we had some of these questions in the workshop. He said very clearly that he understands these, some of these things may or may not be possible when we get deeper into the engineering, or whatever the right word exactly is. They may be more expensive. They may not be possible. People may not want to sell us the land. There's a lot of things we don't know. There's all kinds of things that can come up, but we will cross those bridges when we come to them. This is a plan of what direction we want to go with a stormwater master plan that looks at the whole city, which we have never done before. I believe it's a good starting point. There's certainly room for improvement. but you'll never get better unless you start. And I think this is a good start. This was started before I was mayor. These things come together a long time, over a long period of time, very slowly. And that's, engineering is inherently very slow.
The only thing I ask is that if I'm making a comment about something, don't ask me for specifics, and then when I start explaining specifics, tear me apart for it. Because you ask the questions, I try to give you answers, and all you guys do is tear me apart for it. So tough. Get thicker skin like I've got and put up with it.
What I'll say, and I appreciate your right to defend yourself in that way, but you also, I will say, when you started with accusations like this is against state law, and it's
Has
illegal.
violations of state law in it that need to be corrected, which I understand the engineer is gonna go through
It's a
and he's gonna
process.
correct them before they get done. But as it stands, is what I said, as it stands, it has errors. And I disagree, so let's move on.
Yeah, we've all stated our points. That's a fair statement. So we have a motion and a second to approve the stormwater master plan as presented. Any further discussion? I will call the question, zone 1.
Yes.
Zone 2?
Yes.
Zone 3? Yes. Zone 4? And I vote yes. The plan is accepted as a starting point. I shouldn't add that. You can make comments at this point. Commissioner Basso, you have the floor.
I'd like to take the recommendations that Commissioner Eckert has made and add them to send them to the engineer as the master plan.
I have a motion from Commissioner Basso, a second from Commissioner Eckert to forward the recommendations from Commissioner Eckert to the engineer. And the motion was to add them to the master plan. We have a motion and a second for that. Do you want to speak towards your motion in discussion?
This is going to happen every time we come up with a stormwater project that needs to be addressed. It's going to go to the engineer and add it to the master plan. It's because once you start, typically speaking, you get into larger municipalities, you start a project and you try to anticipate what's going to happen uphill. You may put in a larger pipe today, okay, in anticipation of what may come and be collected along the way. So these recommendations that Roger's making they're excellent recommendations and they need to be added. It doesn't stop us from taking this document right here and using it to get funding to go forward, okay? Because this won't be the last time we're going someplace to get funding to do our projects. And we have not said, okay, what project comes first or second? There's a plethora of projects that are in here. When we add these ones Roger's talking about, they may move to the front of the pile because they're more important than anything else. Okay? So this process of adding to the master plan is going to be naturally a current event that's going to happen over the history of the city.
Additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. And the motion is that we add the projects that were presented by Commissioner Eckert to, that we forward them to the engineer to be added to the master plan, stormwater master plan.
Is that for consideration to be added to, or just to be added?
That was my question too, and
Although it seems very technical, but.
no, I had the same question in my mind. Do we want him to come back with his recommendations, or do we want him simply to start the engineering process? I don't know.
In the process, it opens up the opportunity for conversation and communication. And then when that goes there, he may say, hey, Roger, this particular thing that you're talking about, it hasn't been developed in depth because we haven't engineered that specific project, but we're going to identify it as part of the project. So, so going forward, in other words, as we send these to him to add to it, then he will look at it and any questions that he has that concerns these particular items, he'll ask those questions, and then we can eventually add it to the plan. And then whatever the, the number is, at the end of the day. Right. Yes.
This will look at, see.
He didn't even know anything about that canal that's dug out east of town that goes to Deep Creek. And then what you were talking about heads over and roads that and blah, blah, blah. So it is our responsibility that when we identify something that's not in our master plan, to say, hey, Mr. Engineer, would you please add these to our master plan? Now, his job is to go out and investigate.
Yeah.
Okay, and make sure, and then add them the way they need to be added. But
And give us an opinion as to how much of a priority it should be.
that's the process.
Yeah, yeah. So does that answer your question, Commissioner Rhodes?
Yes. Thank you.
Sure. I think I had the exact same question in my mind as to whether this was a direction to do full engineering or just simply to look at it and start the investigation and come back to us with.
No, because
where it fits.
it's more like, okay, you're gonna build a new house, and you have the land survey, and you have the house built on the survey. Well, now you wanna go back and put an auxiliary building in. Well, you don't have to survey the property again, you don't have to put the house on, you have to do all those things. You just need to put that building on. So that's what the master plan does, it gives you the template. So when we come on, hey, what about this? Oh, okay, let's fit that in.
Right, okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Zone 1?
Yes.
Zone 2?
Yes.
Zone 3?
Yes.
Zone 4? And I vote yes. Now, item 7C, acceptance of the Stormwater Master Plan financial feasibility analysis. We had a proposal in the workshop from Rafter Tellis and Associates. You want to present this, Mr. City Administrator? Here, let me pass the mic.
Basically,
You recall last year, we had an issue with the creation of an acceptable assessment amount for stormwater. This year, in anticipation of the deadline, we wanted to have a professional analysis of the assessment, so we had the proper amount. Now that you've adopted the stormwater master plan, which I understand will be amended from time to time, that particular consultant will have something to work off of, and we will have a number that can be logically used to fund the projects that are in the foreseeable future. And that's basically what we'll come back with, is an assessment number that we can then count on to be one to fund the projects, albeit not at once, over the years of the master plan. Using MI2 SRF funding as an alternate source too. Basically, your stormwater assessments usually deal with maintenance, and your capital items are from SRF funding, and to pay back the SRF funding.
Will this can also help us, assist us in getting grants?
No, they don't do grants.
Will this process the information?
Oh, absolutely. Again, there's some misunderstanding, I think, in terms of format, but the application for SRF grants is very detailed, specific as to what they want to see in terms of information. And the plan was written so that that information is available to us without having to go look for it or recreate it. It's there. So they don't, Roger's right, they don't have a format for us to follow, but the information that we'll need to fill out the forms is in the study.
Good. That's what this company is going to provide us.
Yes.
What it's going to cost.
Yes. And the assessment number that we'll be able to use for the assessment when we come around to have that. I think it's in June.
So we have the stormwater master plan financial feasibility analysis presentation from Rafael Associates at the workshop meeting. We were in favor of bringing it forward to this
commission meeting for acceptance and to engage them to provide this service to us. Do I have a motion to move forward with that? I have a motion and a second to accept the proposal for a financial feasibility study. Carlson and Associates. Any further discussion? President, they're not there. I don't know. Yes. Okay. I don't think we need this. Any further discussion? All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries. We'll take a brief recess.
You want to come this way, come this way. I think that's what's for when, I guess DR came in and showed interest, they wanted to get DR in here. Out of business. Nobody. And I just always remember, we never touched it. Really? It's a tough meeting, but it's. But one thing I can do, for one, I don't really. One is a bad situation. Main Street right now, it's being road, it's not maintaining that. So it needs to be structured. I always been going out, making a road, oh, I don't think yeah, right. It was the biggest thing. There's things like strike bars, repainting some lines, probably not major items, but the biggest problem as-built, make sure where it's already just want to let everyone else in. You guys decide you have to put it on property. And that's why I threw out, all the sidewalk, the road, And that's why I forgot, you know, all the way sidewalk, the road, you deviate a little bit outside the right of way. You don't care what you're saying. Well, the account issue for us is that there will be a trespass. You know, we're now on their property, and they could have a inner domain taking our property. So, I'm just trying Now, I've never seen a situation like this where it's dedicated but not maintained. But at least I've seen it in counties all across the state. They're seeing roads. Yeah, they build roads, maintain roads. But here it's built, not being maintained. You probably have to start it. But it's got to be a surface. Yeah. And that's, yeah, and that's why I was thinking we just need a little letter saying, look, we all agree, it deviates a little bit. We agree that it's I can't go to that's why I asked you know, the amazing thing is, you should have stopped it. Nothing else in something such a part of it. That was a good history. Yeah. I don't like people blaming just the city. I don't like people just blaming my client. I mean, I got to go back. And honestly, I don't know. I can say the city never. It's in your subdivision. Maybe it's not yours. Maybe you never had a They wanted to subdivision plat, you have two. All the infrastructure. Post a bond to build the infrastructure so you can report to the contractor. That's what they did. That's what they did. They posted the bond so they could report to the plat before these improvements were in. And then the bond got carried over to allow for the agreement to issue it's in the letter. There's not an issue 6 COs.
They are. Those are so
Well, it takes more than 3 licks. Oh, really?
They were putting it on roads. Seems like some people growing up in this stuff, right?
Well, I mean, I know for a fact I know I've seen it before. Where all of a sudden, someone's trying to go outside the area.
All of this has been done before. The as-built plans were never the city's responsibility.
Yeah, but the difference, like I, all responsibility.
Well, but that's the key. Who's responsible? Does it devolve to every property owner to be assessed? I don't know.
That's because I know state law says voluntarily assumed we don't have. So whose is it? That's not we don't have. There's no service. There's no access. That's what we're asking for. No, there's no access. That's what we asked. As built the road. That's what we did. Yep. Well, we did. We can't. John can't remember why they released it. So we don't have any. We actually don't have any record. We just I've got 2005 where they're saying we're not what I would like to 2011 then Blinding Witches letter saying there's no code violation, it's the best of our knowledge, everything is so there's a gap. We can't. We don't think we were able to find it. Return the deposit or a letter says here's the deposit, you completed this, misnamed it. Thank you for completing that. Here's your full deposit. But one of the things that makes it, what I was trying to tell them, it makes it seem like they didn't. One of the things they had to do was what we had to do last year to address the city. Our engineers, exactly. That's exactly what was required Well, basically, they don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything. We met with them, we talked about our concerns. Engineer Lee said that all of this is So they basically come back and they're saying, we don't want to do this. Any of that stuff. Minor stuff like pain, I think he also has The amazing thing is, that's why we knew we had a problem on High Street. That's, it was in the letter.
Call meeting back to order. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now at item 8, request to discuss the development of the Orange Camp Point. Mr. Hurley, or Mr. Dillon, excuse me.
Thank you all very much, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, for the opportunity to talk to you tonight about it. This is a forward-thinking, very bullet point, briefly to the point kind of request. And it's something we've all kind of talked about a little bit, which is, as you know, last official commission meeting, we had a comp plan amendment before you, it voted down 3-2. The specific text in that, it was only about 82 words of change to the comp plan. And essentially, it would have allowed 152 townhome units and 300 apartment units as a maximum to ever be built in DC. That was voted down. That's a legislative prerogative to do so. That's fine. So 2 things about going forward. 1 substantive, 1 procedural. We'll start with the substantive. You've got 32 acres of prime real estate at the intersection of a 4-lane county thoroughfare road between Orange Camp and Interstate 4. It is a gold mine of potential tax revenue, and it is sitting vacant with nobody who can use it for anything right now that is approved. So we need to work together to talk about it. And my proposal for that is that we do it in at least 1 or a series of workshops. I think history has proven over the last 2 years, we didn't get very far substantively by trying to do it. Like we were just doing a variance for a new front porch somewhere going through staff. This is a big deal. The economic report, as you know, would have added, on those proposals, we would have done that, $90 million to a tax roll that's in the 200 millions. That's a huge increase. Now, I think so that's substantively what we know is you don't want that, right? You don't want 152 townhomes, you don't want 300 units. Got it, understand, we need to talk about what you want. We need to talk about what we know there is and isn't demand for in today's market. If there are things that there aren't demands for in today's market, we need to talk about what we would have to do to that property as a property owner and as a city that has jurisdiction on how we would make it attractive to the types of uses that we want. So that's the substantive part, is to say, let's do that in a workshop fashion so that we can ask questions, have exchanges to the extent there's information we don't have or you don't have that we want. We talk about the best way to get it, whether that's outside consultants that we hire or that you hire. We've got obviously some commercial brokers who've been trying to work with this property, and we can have them participate and say, these are the types of uses we've had approach us, these are the questions we're asked. It's not that commercial people haven't approached about the property, it's what the types of uses are and what it would take to get them and what they can pay versus the infrastructure that's necessary to be put in place to do it. We can have those substantive conversations. Procedurally, the second ask, and this isn't as big of a deal, this to me is just more of a common sense and think procedurally. That was the last official city commission meeting you've had. You've had a workshop since then, you haven't had a commission meeting. That application died with that vote, unless someone who voted against it or voted to deny it, essentially, were to do a motion to reconsider. Why would we do that? What would it mean? All it would do is say if there's a motion from somebody who voted against it, anybody can second it. It would bring it back to life, not necessarily for the next commission meeting, and maybe never. Because what I would suggest is simply bring it back to life so the application itself could be reconsidered in the future. I think one of the things we learned after the vote, talking to some of you individually, was you didn't necessarily fully realize that at that meeting you could have said, I just don't like the idea that this could result in a fully residential project with no commercial. And it could have, with that 152 townhomes, 300 units, it could have, right? And in fact, those are the users we had online that probably would have used it all, maybe a small commercial outpost. I don't think some of you realize, based on what you told us, that you could have said, you know what, I would support this if there were no townhomes, and we just had the apartments, and then we had Helen on Orange Camp Road in there. I don't think there was a realization that those things could be talked about and changed, and or it could have been, you know what, we need to talk about this more, let's continue this to the next meeting, let's have a workshop in the meantime. So procedurally, if someone who voted inclined to do a motion to reconsider and it got a second and 3 votes to support it, that application itself could be alive, subject to doing 1 or more workshops, talk about what might be a more acceptable approach, more acceptable limits on the types of growth, more acceptable limits on the types of unit or types of housing. If at the end of those workshops, the consensus is, you know what, we don't want a single unit of residential in any way, shape, or form on the west side of I-4, then that application just goes away, right? There are land use entitlements there now, very heavy, intense commercial use. On the land use side, the PD itself that gives specific uses, like the auto mall uses, that's going to expire this year. Once it expires, it will just kind of be a blank slate. Any of the commercial uses that are entitled to land use can come back and be approved in a new PD. But as we can talk about in the workshops, we won't get into the weeds here. What we believe is there ain't going to be anything without at least some residential out there. So, you know, I think we'd like to explore those in the workshops. We can talk about, you know, I think I've had a conversation with some about industrial type uses. We can talk about why there is or isn't interest for that kind of stuff right now, what it would take to get interest so that you can have a more fully developed and complete understanding of what the real landscape is out there for the demand for that property. So substantively, I don't think there's any dispute. We're all on the same page. Workshops are a great idea. My procedural request, if someone is so inclined, do the motion to reconsideration so the application itself is allowed. One thing that will help do is we don't have to go back to planning board, you know, which is kind of a silly step. We're talking about 82 words, and the changes we might need, you know, would maybe be to take 15 of those out. And we can talk at the workshops and come back to a commission meeting if and when there's an ordinance that we think better reflects what the city wants to do. So that would allow that to happen. And, you know, frankly, we're not going to bother trying to bring it back for a vote if at the end of the workshops, like I said, if the consensus is, you know what, would even if all we get is a Wendy's and a dog groomer and a dry cleaner, would rather have that than residential on that side, that's fine. Then it's going to die, right? That comp plan amendment's going to die, and we'll come back with a PD when we have end users that want to do something else. But I think procedurally, this would just give us that option. So if no one who voted against is inclined to keep that application alive, that's fine too. The city attorney and I were talking earlier. He believes that there's no prohibition in here. I haven't verified it. That some cities say if you have one that gets voted down and there's not a motion to reconsider, you can't bring it back for 6 months or longer. And that's pretty common. And I think at a glance, he doesn't think that's true. It may not be true. I still say, why not keep it alive? It's just a piece of paper. It helps us skip some cumbersome steps along the way. We don't have to reapply. Even if application fees were waived, it's not about that. It's just, it's a very simple ordinance and some changes, obviously. It didn't get support. We're not going to try and re-argue that you should change your mind about what we presented before. We just want to have that conversation about what would be better. I think some of you have seen Mr. Hurley brought a proposal of, hey, this is what something could look like if it was just apartments, and you could have commercial out parcels all on Orange Camp, and then there's that Lake Helen portion along Frontage Road. It's pretty significant, and it could accommodate some decent stuff. Those are the kind of conversations we have about how to configure the property and plan something forward. So that's it. The substantive is, let's do some workshops. The procedural is, if we're going to do that, let's at least keep the application alive. I'm not asking that we get it alive and put it on next month's agenda. I think we need to have at least one workshop and see how it goes first.
I do have a question. Procedurally, I thought we voted to not make the change to the comprehensive plan. I didn't think we voted to deny the application as a whole.
The application was to change the comprehensive plan.
That was the entire application?
That, all we had before you was the comprehensive.
Okay, okay.
And I think that's part of the underlying confusion, right? So when we have an application pending for a change to the PD also. That is what showed apartments next to townhomes, the proposed development order, and everything else. That ultimately, the decision was made, well, there's no point in talking about that if we're not gonna change the comp plan. But I think what part of the problem with that ended up happening is, I think there was at least a little bit of a thought for some of you that, well, if we vote yes to this comp plan change, they're going to be able to build 300 apartments and 152 townhomes. That wasn't really ever true. There would have had to be the PD that approves it, the site plan, and engineering, all these other things. But it's theoretically true, and I think that's enough, and I think that was enough for at least 3 of you to say, I don't want there to even be the possibility of that. So that's message heard loud and clear. Well, let's talk about what would work and then come back and structure it so we don't even have the chance of that happening.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't disagree with anything that Rob just said. Actually, after the meeting, the last meeting we had where the comp plan amendment was voted down, Rob and I had a lot of email exchanges back and forth, trying to come up with ideas based on what I heard at the meeting, and a little bit of conversation after the meeting, trying to kind of find a way to make this property more developable. At that time, it was, my emails were focused mainly on some type of a commercial, you know, let's expand the PD, make it very open to and enticing to somebody to come in and develop it. And rightfully so, there's a lot of commercial development in that area, or commercial entitled property that's not being developed. So it's a good indication that the market isn't there for it, because if it was there, it would already be built. But I don't have a problem with a motion for reconsideration as long as the only thing we're doing is keeping the application alive and not bringing back that same application for your vote. Because at the comp plan stage, as Rob was referring to theoretically, what we're setting is a policy, and what y'all voted down was adding residential as allowed in the land use, along with what was already allowed there. And the drawing that Mr. Hurley showed after the meeting, where it had residential and commercial, was theoretically possible based on that land use. What also was theoretically possible is all residential, and also what's theoretically possible is all commercial. What I got, and I think Rob and I agree with, the signal is pretty clear, all residential is not something the commission supported. So I think we're going to have to change the comp plan, and if we reconsider it just to keep it alive, so we can go in and amend it, that's fine, because I think we're gonna have to amend it to bring back something that most likely is gonna have to say something like, it can be all commercial, or it can be mixed use. And but we're gonna have to have protections in there, based on what I saw, to possibly potentially get the support of at least a majority, that it can't be all residential. We're gonna have to have some protections in that language, so that's gonna have to be added in. I was comfortable when I looked through the code, trying to find something that said, once something's voted down, it can't be reconsidered for a certain period of time. I couldn't find anything like that. And Rob and I talked before the meeting, and I was like, you know, I have no problem just continuing, you know, they voted it down. We can just continue with the same application as amended, you know. But if it makes them feel more comfortable from a procedural standpoint, for there to be the vote to reconsider, from the perspective that it just keeps the application alive, I'm fine with that too. As long as we all understand that we're not bringing that, it's not coming back really truly for that application to be reconsidered. It just keeps the application alive so we can amend it to bring back something new for you to reconsider after the workshop. I think the workshop's a great idea. So
you need a motion to?
It needs a motion, but it also needs to be a motion from motion and second from the parties who voted in favor of the denial. So whoever voted to deny the last application needs to make a motion and a second. Then that can be, we can reconsider it solely for the purpose of keeping it alive. So we can then have a workshop, see if we can come up with language that at least a majority of you are comfortable with moving forward with that. Make sure that that drawing that Mr. Hurley shows you is something that we can say, yeah, that's going to happen. That's how it's going to more or less look. Give us a general idea. Be in a position where you base your policy on a particular drawing, but there's so many other drawings that could happen. And that's the concern I have as your attorney, just to make sure that if that's what you like, then I need to make sure there's language in that policy that not only could that be what occurs, that is what will occur. That you don't get tied down in some quasi-judicial hearing by somebody else after they sell the property and they come in and demand, we want to build all this or a different way, and we have that right under the comp plan the way it's worded. So I just want to make sure that you're as protected as I can be while still making sure the property is developable, not too restrictive. That when you see these pictures at the land use stage, comprehensive stage, we have a pretty good comfort level that that's what's going to happen. Yes, when you get to the zoning stage and we do the PUD amendment and we have the drawing, the site plan, the renditions, at that point, you're pretty certain when you do the zoning, that's what's going to be like. They could go build the auto mall right now. But we're not at the zoning stage. We're at a policy setting stage. And when you get to that zoning stage, you have less discretion than you have right now. So it's a step process, and I fully support what Rob's suggesting, and we understand that last, what you voted down, even though it's being a motion to reconsider, it's not going to be reconsidered. What was voted down will not be reconsidered. It just gives us an opportunity to amend it.
So basically, it would be reasonable to make a motion to reconsider and table to be picked up at a workshop meeting and discuss.
I don't know that I would table. I would just do a motion to reconsider. That means within the city, theoretically, this application is still alive. We didn't schedule it for a workshop.
Well, does not a motion to reconsider then start the process of reconsidering in this meeting?
No.
So we can just, we can move to reconsider in the future.
Yep, solely for the purpose of keeping this application alive.
Right.
With the understanding, this could be the motion, a motion to reconsider solely for the purpose of keeping this application alive, with the understanding that this application as worded will not be reconsidered.
In fact, it would actually be invalid to reconsider here because it hasn't been properly noticed. Change the discussion.
Oh.
The second can be from anybody, but the motion has to be from somebody.
I think so.
That's my question.
Well, but what's been said is that it's.
You can't, I'll tell you one little part about it. And it's, one little part about it, it's going to be this, the structure, right, of that ordinance and that application and everything else will be entirely the same, except we only need a change if there's going to be some residential allowed. So what was denied was 152 townhomes and 300 apartment units. So if there's going to be any comp plan amendment at all, it's going to be something with residential, but less than that. Or maybe there ends up out of the workshop saying there'll be a percentage of available acreage can only be residential, and percentage has to be commercial. Something that makes sure that there's that protection that Scott was mentioning, that, well, we might not know exactly what it's gonna be, but we know what it can't be. It can't be all residential, right? So we get to a point to do that. If it's a no, if the application, we had the amendment and it's a no, there is a state law that requires that an application must go to a planning board first and then go back through another thing. So it'd be going through a notice requirement for a planning board again and a planning board hearing again, when really the discussion is taking place here anyway. So I think at a minimum, I think effectively, probably at the end of the day, the biggest difference is we don't have to go through the notice and application and newspaper advertisement for planning board, another planning board hearing. We get to skip that step and get where we all wanted to be anyway. That really is probably the biggest difference. It's the only difference I can think of, really, on paper.
There's not a trust.
I'll tell you this, if I lie to you, you can and should take my bargain.
So either Commissioner Jones wants, or you want to make a motion to reconsider? Do you want to make a motion to reconsider? I don't think I even have to. I've been looking at that. I know I have done that before. But then looking at the Robert's Rules of Order stuff, I don't see any, I actually saw a discussion where that's not even required, so. Actually, a chair can, according to some people, and according to some people they can. But,
I feel better than that.
the whole idea of this motion is to dot our i's and cross our t's. I understand that.
The interesting thing is that when I was looking for this, I can't find anywhere where we actually adopted the Robert's Rules.
I know. There's that too.
It's in the same folder where you accepted the roads.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna bring that up, but, I would be, to just speak about it for a minute. The property there, that Mr. Hurley owns, if you're representing his interests, we have a vested interest as a city into what goes there, but they have a very vested interest in creating something there, being part of the American dream. And I don't want to be obstructionist to the entire process. I don't think our job is to simply be obstructionist. I think we need to keep the conversation going. That's an important piece of property in this city. And even if it were an unimportant piece of property, our job is to continue the conversation with anybody that owns anything in this city. So that's why I am amenable to keeping this conversation going. This is a much more complex conversation, but where dotting the i's and crossing the t's is critical. I get that, but I will, if you would be more comfortable, I'll do it this way. I'll pass it out, and for the purpose of this, I won't take long. I will make a motion to reconsider the motion that was voted down in the last meeting. That's my motion. To speak in favor of it, again, it's just to, actually, I shouldn't speak in favor of it. Is there a second? And that can come from anybody.
Make a motion.
Actually, I shouldn't speak in favor of it. Is there a second? Basically, the motion to reconsider. Is there an and? Should I flesh that out a little bit?
Well, if you wanted to put in there that motion to reconsider to keep the application alive solely for purposes of having a workshop meeting to discuss amendment to the application.
That sounds perfect. I like that. I will make a motion to reconsider.
I'm just saying what I said. Say what he said.
Make a motion to say what he said.
There you go.
Second. Okay, so now go to you, motion second.
Motion is made and seconded.
I'll start the discussion since I made the motion. Again, I think it's our job as a commission to keep an open line of communication with anybody in this city that wants to get something done. I want to be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. So that's my point in reconsidering the motion. I do have strong feelings about the heavy residential. We've all discussed that. That was why I voted no. As I said, I made lots of promises from the campaign trail. I won't support high density residential. I won't do it. And then this came along. I didn't say that knowing this was coming along. I didn't say that on the campaign trail with any idea that it would ever happen. I didn't think it would. High density residential typically can't much happen in Lake Helen because of our, particularly our septic involved. Almost impossible to do in Lake Helen. Y'all found a way around, oh, not, you didn't find a way around it, that sounds nefarious. It's not, you found there's a solution there. So it's possible on your property. It's a whole new thing that I did not anticipate on the campaign trail. So I think we should keep the conversation going. That's why I made a motion.
Being open for discussion to work with them to come up with something that's a win-win for both of us to help relieve some of our tax burden.
That's the common ground. And I keep screaming about funding mechanisms to fix our infrastructure, and there is one there. And to not continue the conversation, because our common ground is they want to develop the property, and we want to develop it in a way that provides funding for us. And so to not continue to talk until we can find a model that works, I think it's not good for either one of us. I was looking for fancy word. It's not good for either one of us. She doesn't trust it.
I don't have a problem talking about anything, but I don't like this reversal of a vote that trust the whole process.
Well, listen, and that's a very reasonable thing to say. I don't like reversing the vote either. And I weighed this out carefully before this meeting in my mind, that it is important to keep this communication open. I was eliminated by your comments and by Scott's comments as to how that needs to happen and how we can dot the i's and cross the t's. I'm more than willing to be a team player in making sure that we do it right legally.
And I would not view this as reversing the vote. That's a little harsher than what, that vote that occurred last meeting is still stands. That's, any vote here doesn't undo what was previously voted on. You still have that no vote last time. So my view is this is an opportunity to see if we can work together to bring something back that satisfies all the parties. And I think my job, staff's job, is to evaluate every reasonable, feasible solution to developing that property, and present it to you, educate you on it, present it to you along with the developer, and then y'all can say yes or no. That's up to y'all. You know, we're not going to advocate. I'm certainly not going to advocate for anything, but I do think it's important for the financial stability of the city. I mean, I've got a pretty good grasp on the finances of the city. Long term, this is the golden goose for the city. Something needs to be there, and it's been sitting there for a long time vacant. So we need to evaluate every reasonable opportunity to develop this property, protecting what we want, obviously protecting what the land residents, they're going to be involved in this too. They'll be at these meetings objecting really to whatever you do. But we got to explore it all. We really do. We just have to sit down and explore every possible feasible solution so no stone goes unturned. So when we say, look, we tried.
And to be clear, if the same thing were presented again, I would vote no again.
Right.
I won't be voting yes for this. I'm not changing my vote on this. I'm continuing the conversation to find something, hopefully, that we can vote for. I think the conversation is helpful.
Yep.
We have a motion and a second, and it's additional discussion.
I'm agreeable to chatting about it some more, but I want to be clear that I'm not in favor of any high-density residential. And that's where the vote came from last time, and we've talked, we have talked about that.
Mayor, can I ask a clarification question for the city attorney? We have the discussions, we come up with a plan that is acceptable both to the developer and to the city. And that would almost necessarily, from what I hear, be different than what was presented last time. Wouldn't that still have to go back to P and Z?
That'd be up to the commission. Doesn't automatically have to.
Okay.
Because we had a recommendation that came up from the planning and zoning board to the commission last meeting. The commission had the authority to amend that at that meeting and adopt what was amended. You know, they took the recommendation from the P and Z and they could have amended it to address the comments that were made.
So it wouldn't have to necessarily go back.
It's not automatic. It's within their discretion to say, you know, this has changed so much, we would like their opinion, but it's not mandatory. It's not by law legally required because we've gotten their input on modification.
Although it's been changed.
Although it's been changed. And it's very common for applications to change from the advisory board to what finally gets adopted at the governing body without going back. That's not uncommon.
Thank you for that clarification.
There's nothing else, I'm going to open up the public. Kelly Frasco.
Kelly Frasca, John Street. I just want to thank this commission for listening to our voices and considering listening more about this project. As you described, this is more than just a project. This is a future. You know, I know often this commission talks about being visionaries, and I believe that projects like this give that ability to the commission to use their seats to look into our future and see what type of Lake Helen we're looking at. I believe that, you know, we're very fortunate that this project is on the other side of I-4. Therefore, it allows us to have a little bit of both. And there's a lot of future in that because, as you know, this opens up to our business and employment district. So I thank you for listening to the voices, and I thank Mr. Hurley and his team for coming in and listening to ours too about the dense residential that we weren't interested in and coming up with a solution to present today. So thank you.
No other voice. Call for question. John 1?
No.
John 2? Yes. John 3 is yes. John 4? And John 5? Yes. Yes. Motion passes.
Thank you, and the one thing I'd add, to have the most successful workshop we possibly can, I really highly encourage you to, and staff to reach out to us with specific questions in advance, and hey, could we do this? Have you explored this? Why can't we do this? What do we have to do this? Please do that in advance so we can give you the best information possible, because, you know, there are certainly a lot of answers we don't have.
Colonial Town Park.
Colonial Town Park.
I can send you information on. I know it's probably too big of a development. You don't have enough land.
Conceptually, though, I know what you're talking about.
You know, it's over in Lake.
Yeah.
I love that place. And it'd be really neat there. Probably more commercial, less residential than what y'all are considering, but it's a great development over there.
There's that one, and there's the one in Lake Mary. There's the breakfast restaurant right out front. There's a Crumble in there that I used to have to go to before there's a Crumble in the land. Delicious cookies. But same, yeah, it's all commercial up front along the residential, and then it's anchored in the back by multifamily. There's a gym. There's a
Oh, is this the one that was just? Oh, that one that was just built.
Yeah,
I know. Not
too long. But yeah,
I'll take
but any of those kind of questions, considerations, because some of those things we do have answers to. I mean, this property's been for sale as a commercial property for 6 years. So we know, and we can tell you what types of businesses have and have not been interested, and what they needed, what they can pay. We know what they pay. We know where they pay it. We know what is happening at 44 and 472 and why it is and isn't happening. So we really look forward to having so that we can make the best informed decision on what to pursue, and maybe on your end on what's realistic and what time frame.
And I also think having your commercial realtors at that workshop to kind of give a market analysis, that was the one thing I kind of kept mentioning with really nice to have is what is the project from professionals that do this, what is their vision for the next 10 years of residential, commercial, industrial in this area? That would be very helpful. Yeah, and I'll send you, I sent Lee a site plan for Colonial Town Park. Okay. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Item 9, new business, reappointing 3 members of the PLDRC and 1 member of the HPE.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, we have 3 members, as you indicated, from the PLDRC whose terms have expired, 1 member of the Historic Preservation Board. All 4 of the individuals have indicated they are willing to serve again, so it's a recommendation that those individuals be reappointed. Effective last October 1, I might add. Yes.
I make a motion to reappoint the 3 members listed
From
for the
PLDRC.
PLDRC and 1 member for the HPE.
Right.
Have a motion and a second to reappoint the 3 members of the PLDRC and 1 to the HPE. Any discussion?
For your willingness to serve. That's all I have.
That's a good point. We did have one question from somebody when this went on the agenda as to whether or not, people had to rotate off. We had that happen, not a have to rotate off, but we had somebody else applying for the position, which made it more reasonable to rotate off and accept the new person to the board. That is not the case this time. Nobody has applied. We got notice of asking for applications. Again, thank you all for being willing to continue your service. A motion and a second to approve this. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. Now we have a recommendation on selection of equipment from Melissa Park Playground. Mr. City Administrator.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Approximately 18 months ago, the city applied for a CDBG grant from Volusia County. We were awarded a grant of $62,000 to be used for the reconstruction of the playground at Melissa Park. That particular program has evolved over time. Designs were created. We've met with the residents on a number of occasions. The commission has met with residents in public sessions on a number of occasions. It was put out to public bid through the Demand Star process, which is a national firm, a national way of advertising bids for all municipalities and counties. And we received no bids. We went back and rebid the project again, and we received now 1 bid. That bid was opened and was analyzed, and it had 2 options, as you know, one for approximately $325,000 and one for approximately $365,000. I met with the residents, an ad hoc committee of interested individuals in Melissa Park last evening, and after a good deal of discussion, they agreed to support, I think with some enthusiasm actually, the $365,000 bid. I think some explanation needs to be given to you in terms of financing. The 365, approximately 62,000 of that will come from the CDBG grant. Another 25,000 will come from a settlement from the individual that built the house on the wrong lot, taking a portion of Melissa Park in the process. So $25,000 of that would be allocated toward this particular project. There was also a discussion that we've had on a couple of occasions. Kelly Frasca is back there taking my photo, but
Stress Buster 5K.
the Stress Buster 5K has been advertised as a fundraiser for playground equipment. And for the last 4 years, the funds that were received and net of the expenses were not used toward capital improvements, but were allocated to park maintenance. Some could argue that's always same thing, intended, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, there is some credibility issue that Kelly would like us to be able to rectify by taking the money from the general fund in the amount that for the last 4 years would have been net in those particular Stress Buster events, and use that money to apply to this particular purchase of oil. So that when she advertises next year, there'll be no question that those funds actually were used for capital improvements in the playground and not for operations and maintenance. So that's the mechanism for funding. It will clear up then the issue of the first CDBG grant. There is a second CDBG grant that's in the process that deals with, it's generally just simply referred to as the basketball court portion of the park that has yet to be bid and designed. It'll be coming up in short order, which means probably about 6 months. But in the meantime, we are already very delinquent in terms of time with the CDBG staff at the county. So we really need to make a decision to go forward. And as I indicated, the ad hoc committee was most supportive of that particular program that we've just put out to bid, and the use of the funds as I described for the $365,000 option. So with that, I think I'll, if you want to hear from Paulette Smith, she's kind of the chairman of the ad hoc committee. She's available in the audience. Roger was there last evening, Kelly Frasca's here, Nancy's here. Those are all members. I don't see, perhaps there's others, but they could all speak to the committee's deliberations last evening if you would like to hear from them.
Well, we have a recommendation from staff to accept this bid and move forward with construction. Do I have a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to accept.
I'll second. Motion to accept the bid and a second. Any further discussion?
I haven't really gone through the books to come up with that number. It just came up late yesterday afternoon. I would estimate probably 25,000.
I don't have the numbers on me today.
Yeah.
It was more than that.
More than that.
Whatever it is, I think it's very, I think the word credible is a good word. It's a very credible thing to attribute that to the Stress Buster, whatever it is. We're going to be spending the amount of bid, no matter how it's spent. Getting credit,
Oh, yeah.
getting credit to the Stress Buster, I think is fair.
I just wanted to know how much that was going to come out, especially with what the company.
I'm sure they have it.
We did 45,000, just for jumping on the spot.
Mr. Director, one of the things that came up in the discussion is I met with a guy that does playground projects. They got an office in Deltona, and they do it for Deltona County. So he admitted he missed the bid, what was on the program, and he would like to put in a bid, but he did tell me about, when I asked him, I said, well, these are the equipment that was currently bid on. And he says, the comparison is like Craftsman tools versus Black Decker tools. So Compan is the Craftsman tool type side. They have a better warranty than the other one does. Even though it's a depreciating warranty, it decreases as the equipment gets older, as we expected. But that's why one of the reasons that played a favor when we had the meeting where we approved one, the compound one instead of the sports time or something.
Game time.
Thank you for illuminating us on that part of the discussion. That is interesting and helpful. Any further discussion? Call the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries, and can I get an amen?
Amen.
I had a card.
Oh, I thought you already.
No, I'm moving.
I'm sorry, what?
We need a second motion for moving the funds.
Probably not a bad idea. Just to, and I'm sorry, I missed this. Ms. Braska, if you'd like to.
I just wanted to add in that when we were looking over the two options, as Roger said, one had better warranty, but the price difference, when we were looking at it, it was mentioned maybe we could get it lower. One of my suggestions was if we could talk to the manufacturer and rather than lower the bid, but to add in the post and sails for the sun and some ADA equipment, which was shown at Playtime, which they also have equipment also. So to kind of strengthen that, something we want anyways.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's it.
Yeah.
And
Mayor, I did talk to the manufacturer's representative today, and they are willing to discuss all those features with us.
Good.
So I would suggest let's say, the maximum you're authorizing will be, our understanding will be the bid amount. If we can get it for less, so much the better.
I think that is understood.
It does say on there that final payment is based on actual quantities installed.
Right.
So I think it would be appropriate to have a motion, just to have it on record, to approve the
Make a motion
credit
for the use of the stress buster revenue for the last 4 years.
Second. I have a motion and a second to use the stress buster money that's been collected the last 4 years to, of course, this capital project. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries.
Thank you.
You are welcome, and thank you. You've done a lot of work to make that happen, so I appreciate it. It's nice when it comes to fruition, I know. Okay. We are finally to recommendation for the acceptance of a new contract with Waste Pro. This is the administrator.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, you recall the commission asked that this year, prior to the creation of an assessment, that we sit down with Waste Pro, with whom we've had a contract for a number of years, in an attempt to negotiate a 5-year extension to our contract. And failing that, to go out to public bid, so we would have that as the basis for our assessment. We did sit down with Ken DeForest and Waste Pro. We are satisfied the numbers that we have come up with, which I distributed to you this evening, are those that are more than acceptable. He has shared with us similar contracts for other cities, and we have also checked with other cities who use other companies. And I will, just as I hope there's nobody from the press, because I don't want to badmouth other cities, but other cities have had terrible experiences lately with refuse collection, turnover of personnel, costs. Anyway, it's just not a pretty picture, but in my experience now, the last 2 years I've been here, I can honestly say no more than 5 complaints a year. And there's one city that I mentioned talking to the other day that was having 5 complaints a day, not a year. So we most heartily recommend Waste Pro, the 5-year extension. The city attorney has drafted a resolution adopting the amendment, and that's before you. So if you want to hear from Mr. DeForest, incidentally, Ken will be retiring at the end of this month. He's been with us for, 8 years?
That's right.
And so he wants to say goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, Mr. Mayor, Commission, and City Administrator, thank you for allowing us to be here today. I want to also, before we get started on any discussion about the contract, I want to introduce Susie Dolan. She handles our municipal marketing and government affairs, and she's very involved with everything we've always done here. And Steve Cameron. 21 days from now, Steve's the new division manager for Waste Pro, and I'll be sailing off into the sunset. And Steve and I have worked together for the last 6 years. Steve and I do everything together. For those 5 calls a year, I probably called up Steve after I hung up from you and said, Steve, go fix this. So we worked together well. We had a nice transition plan. We hired a new operations manager to replace Steve about 8 months ago. And after he was up on board and ready to go, probably 4 months ago, then Steve and I have been working closely. And Steve's been working with me on things that I don't, that he normally didn't do. So you're in good hands. And the company has also asked me to stay on for at least a year as with a retainer, and just in case he doesn't answer the phone, you can call me. So with that, you have before you, I think, the information on our pricing. Just a few highlights. Our proposed pricing, in addition to those prices you see there, is to going forward is to get 100% of the CPI. One of the reasons we had a big gap between where we needed to be, it wasn't only the changes in pricing with the economy and COVID. We had only gotten 75% of the CPI each year. So that gap, the delta, kept getting bigger and bigger. We also had it in the last amendment where we renewed the contract. The first 2 years was no CPI. So the difference between the cost of service was already growing, and then everything went crazy with the increase in costs, the availability of parts, labor, everything else drove up our prices. So as the city administrator said, we actually, for the 1-year contract extension, we matched the price for you with Ponce Inlet. We bid the city of Ponce Inlet in 2019. They had a couple of CPIs, but your current price is the same as theirs. It's net to us. So you have a franchise fee, 10%, and they don't, but the current rate is the same. We've agreed for the residential that we'll just continue going forward with 100% on the CPI. So next year's rate will be adjusted by the CPI. We didn't have the CPI available. The contract requires a March over March evaluation of the change in the index. That doesn't come out until usually the 3rd week of the following month. So it'll be almost May before we know that amount, but then we'll notify the city of what that amount is of the contract. The commercial, there's a slight typo here. So we had some recent discussions. The prices on the sheet will be for the full first year. There'll be no adjustment, no CPI adjustment in October of this year. And we'll jump off the following year with the CPI applying to the commercial rates.
I'll make just a slight modification, clarification in the amendment to make that clear. That was discussion we have going on today, just to make it clear that residential will be adjusted on October 1st. They asked for the CPI adjustment, but the commercial that's in here will take effect October 1st, and the first CPI adjustment will not be until October 1st, 2024, if they request. That's right. That's it? Okay.
I assume the numbers over here under size is 2 cubic yards, 4, 6, 8.
That's correct. So under the commercial, it's 2, 4, 6, and 8 cubic yard containers. Yep. And then across the top, there is a number of pickups per week.
The other change I would note from historical on CPI is, our current contract has a min and a max CPI adjustment that doesn't, will never be lower than 2%, will never be higher than 4%. That is being taken away. So it's just going to be 100% of whatever the CPI is.
Any further discussion? Well, no, not discussion. Do I have a motion to?
I'll make a motion.
Within that motion, can you also waive the city formal bidding process?
Yes, and make a motion bid process.
Yes. Any discussion?
Yes, I do. I guess I'm not really understanding when you, Mr. Attorney, when you talked about the CPI and falling off of the 2% and to the 4% qualifier. Could you just re-explain that one more time?
Sure. Currently right now, if they ask for a CPI adjustment, they still have to ask for it to get it. But our current language says, regardless of what that CPI adjustment would be, this would be 75, it's currently 75% of the CPI. It would never be less than 2%. So say if you calculated it and it came out to 1.7, it would be 2. Or if you calculate, but it would never be more than 4. So if you calculated the CPI adjustment and it came out 5, it would be lower than 4. So we created a minimum and a maximum of a CPI adjustment we could have each year.
Okay. If we see a significant increase, at that point, are we able to then go out to bid? Or are we locked in for 5 years?
Be locked in for 5 years. And there's 3 avenues for adjustment. One is the CPI, which they have to request, but if they make the request, they're entitled to it. There's another one where if there's an increase in tipping fees, those can be passed, they can automatically pass those through as well. And then there's a third request that if they have some type of an extraordinary operational expense or unforeseen issue, they can make another request for a rate increase, but that is discretionary on the city. We do not have to grant that.
Okay, so the first 2 automatically go, and
Yes.
the third comes before us.
Yes, the other ones probably will come just to let you know what they are and maybe
Right.
to let you know the renewed rates and stuff like that. But there's only one rate change that you can say, no, we're not doing that.
Okay, thank you.
So we're not gonna know what the full charge is gonna be until we get the CPI.
That's for residential. That's for residential.
That's what I'm talking about.
Residential, yeah.
Yeah, usually about the third week of the following month. So it'll be April 20th, something like that.
So they won't know what the full price is.
That's
For
correct.
the residents.
For the residential. But the commercial will be what you see,
What's that for the first year?
starting October of 2023, correct?
You said October of 2023?
Yes.
Oh, and it'll be adjusted 24, okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm reading my notes wrong, sorry.
That's okay. Well, we had that discussion.
All the technicality there.
Yeah.
Of course, the consumer price index probably very poorly reflects increases in prices at this level, at this type of service. It's a number invented by the government and massaged by the government for their purposes, federal government that is. And it doesn't well reflect your industry. So you're using that as a standard that's
third-party standard, it's easy for us to use. But I will say that even accepting the full CPI, we're gonna be getting better into that deal most of the time, because it doesn't reflect things like increases in fuel and a lot of things that severely affect this industry. So I think we're coming out on the better end of that, even though we are accepting a higher number than we have in the past. An example would be the CPI increase this past year, I believe, is 6.9%. We all know that ain't what inflation has been. It's been significantly more than that. You've been to the grocery store, it's been significantly more than that. So I think this is a very good contract. I think, I know we've gotten very good service from Waste Pro for many years. And I'm glad we're still able to keep this alive. And for your knowledge, everything we ask him, he says yes to. So that's the only thing we can do. Just say yes, no matter what we ask. And
Yes.
we're good to go.
Well, I would like to mention that we sponsor, I think, everything you've ever asked us to sponsor.
I think you really have.
And we enjoy it, whether it's having a cookout, and I think when Commissioner Bergman was retiring, or whatever it is, or for the run, we enjoy doing that. We like to give back. Not too much, but we like to give back, and we feel like we're part of the community.
And you have, and I appreciate that. You really have. I don't think you've ever said no.
They've been a sponsor of Life Day every year.
That's.
Mayor, can I say one thing about that gentleman right there? I understand him. I negotiated with him on the first contract for our gardens. He has been there for us every year. And I just want to say for the city of Lake Millen, thank you for all your cooperation and everything you've done for this city.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the contract and to waive the bidding process. Any further discussion? Hearing none, last question, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you personally very much. Seriously, you've been a good emissary and a good face for your business, and it's been a pleasure working with you.
I appreciate that. It's been a pleasure working with all of you. Thank you.
Item 9D, Mr. Administrator, would you like to introduce this?
I would.
Quickly, because this should be an easy one.
Yes. This actually is an easy one. The city some time ago agreed to donate to the county funds that would ordinarily be coming to the city and to be used for the purposes of suppression of opioids in the city. The difficulty is the funds were so minuscule, I believe it was $1,400, that really we could have done very little, if anything, with those funds. So the city said, let's just let the county keep them, mingle them with theirs, and use programs that they are developing with a much larger funding base. So everything was fine until the county decided they needed an interlocal agreement to do that. They prepared it, and city attorneys reviewed it, and it's before you this evening for adoption. It basically memorializes what you've already agreed to.
There were actually two separate agreements because there were two separate funding sources for the opioids. And we thought we had all the agreements done, and they sent us that agreement. And the commission already approved it. The concept of transferring the money over, but since this agreement technically wasn't approved, we came back.
I have a motion to approve the interlocal agreement for signing use of City of Lake Helen opioid settlement funds to Blue County. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Then, quasi judicial hearing, certificate of appropriateness. Mr. City Administrator.
Oh, Mr. Mayor.
Or no?
Yes.
Take that back.
Thank
Does
you.
anybody have any ex parte communication to disclose?
There have been no ex parte communication. A motion to consider these items or to pull any out for specific consideration. Yes. A motion from Mr. Basso to approve items A through E as recommended by the HPD. Second. Second, is there discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries. Mr. Morales here. That was a long way for that, wasn't it? Thank you for being here. Do appreciate it. Unless you have some very critical questions. I know it's a long way for nothing this evening, but we appreciate your support. Thank you so much. We appreciate your professional support. Public forum, I have no yellow cards, but I'll take a blue one.
I don't know what the yellow is.
Yes. You have the floor.
Nancy Leary, 435 West Delaware. I am sorry, I was not paying attention when you all were discussing the end of Melissa Park. But I sincerely appreciate that we have come to this point. It's been almost 3 years that I've been involved. And I appreciate Lee meeting with all of us yesterday. It was a very productive, great meeting.
No dinner.
Well, I thought we were going to your house. So I feel even better. We had a long discussion about the two options that were given, and I know Commissioner Eckert had weighed in on Compan. My neighbor mentioned to me that that is an excellent choice, and so I feel like we, typically a lot of cities can't afford that particular brand, but I feel like we're on the right path, and I hope that we continue to move forward and we get this done, the sooner the better. And we look forward to meeting with you next week to choose colors. Thank you.
Perfect.
Any additional public forum? Sure. If you would state your name and address for the record.
Alan Cook Jr., 849 Pleasant Street. Just a quick little update. I've been patiently waiting. This meeting's been always great. Easter is fast approaching. The hunt is scheduled for April 8th. We'll be helping Karen with the festivities there. I just want to make it known publicly. We're going to try to stuff eggs March 30th, and I'll put that out on Facebook. But a couple of you guys joined in, and some of the ladies, some of the groups. We made quick work of it last year. I think we had 2,000 eggs. We upped our egg count this year to 3,000. So a little more stuff. But community always shows up, so I just want to make that known, March 30th. And like I said, we'll set a time for that. And then the hunt obviously is April 8th. We'll get that taken care of with Karen. The other thing I wanted to promote quick was March 25th. It's a Saturday. We're going to do it down there at the Gen Station. We're going to do like a touch-a-truck event. Something for the little kids. Maybe get the fire department there. The train will be there. Some trucks, some machines. Crystal Tractor's going to have some input. Just a cool little thing. Saturday morning, mid-afternoon. Kids come down there, take a picture, sit in the seat, blow the horn, make some noise. Just want to let you know about that stuff.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I do. Yes. You don't have to be legit.
Commissioner reports by zone. Commissioner Rutledge.
Thank you. I have a couple of things that I will keep it brief. But the first is I've been talking with staff about the HR software that is available to us through our accounting software. And I would like to open up the discussion here with you all about exploring that a little more heartily, to have a third party HR functionality.
That's great.
Perfect.
Now that HR is in the form of a computer program or the
It's
form
a-
of a company that we contract with?
So maybe Dominique, if you have any additional information on that, if it's not just a software, it's.
No, it'd more be a company. You would have kind of a neutral person then that you would contact for any issues or employee complaints or what have you.
Right, it's not just software.
So it would be somebody we would use instead of Labor Council?
Instead of Lee and I.
Yeah. One step below Labor Council.
One step below Labor Council, okay.
Maybe 2 or 3 steps.
Okay, all right.
I like the idea of a third party, somewhere that somebody can go to be heard. I don't know, I'm not seeing any big potential downside to that, but.
Cost could be prohibitive, and that's one thing that I'd like to explore a little further. And I guess I'm trying to get a consensus from everybody today to direct staff to look into that more and we can provide a more formalized presentation at the next meeting.
Isn't the alternative?
I guess we just gotta get the details.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there's different levels.
Right now we do it, I'm sorry, you can answer.
Well, we have that functionality now, and Dominique is our HR person contact, I guess. I don't know the formal wording for that, but she's our point person for that currently. So the only other suggestion is just for the objectivity to put it with the third parties. So that would be preferred, in my opinion. And then based on cost, it could be prohibitive.
I didn't realize you brought those skill sets to the table.
I have a lot of skill sets.
Well, honestly, it's one of those things where whether it was Lee or Dominique, would do the best they could, but neither one of them are true professionals at HR. That's not, that's a very specific, very detailed field. So bringing in some expertise there, I think, very helpful.
I would think that, just, you're talking about it, it'd be good to get the information to see what service, what are they actually providing for HR? When you say HR help, that could be a broad range.
Right.
It could be anywhere from payroll to, drafting personnel rules to hearing disputes to, and so I think, having, either whether a workshop or a schedule on as an agenda item, bring back the menu of options that you could have. That would be a good thing to discuss.
And that are kind of what I was wanting to discuss with you all tonight, is just to kind of get an idea of where we want to go with it. If we want to move in that direction, and that way we can kind of look at dive in a little more deeply and get the price point and functionality.
So I guess we could do that by consensus. Does anybody have any reservations? Anybody want to put the brakes on this? Or do we want to move forward with starting the investigation as to what this might look like, what it might cost, and what kind of things might be available? That's the kind of thing you're looking to find.
Well, we have that availability through our software already.
Okay.
So I'd like to explore that first.
Any further discussion on that, or what does it cost us to do? Pricing? Basically, you're not spending any money here, right?
No,
You're just starting the conversation.
Staff time at this point.
And yeah, we do need to, part of what we do is we can't discuss this anywhere else, and none of us can tell staff what to do, because we're a legislative body, not an administrative body. So we have to discuss it and decide as a group to move forward with something like that. So thank you for being part of the process.
The second point, this is more, I think maybe I need to turn it over to Lee. This is more of something you're more knowledgeable in.
This is basically the code red thing.
So this is something that we talked about when we decided to redo the website that we didn't decide to pay for, that we've revisited. It's a service that plugs right into our website. People could put their phone number or email in, and then we can send out alerts about anything. It could be emergencies, it could be events, or anything like that. So we just went through, got a demo again, and we did get a price, but we didn't have it in time to put it in your agenda. But just if you were interested in us bringing that back and perhaps doing it, we could do it next month.
Yeah, what was that about?
I want to say it was about 4,000 a year, but I'd have to pull up the exact numbers.
Now, when you say phone number, does it send a text or does it?
It's a text.
So it can't be a landline. It's gotta be
Correct.
a cell phone.
Right. Or email.
I guess my only question on that is, I thought there was a service available through the county that was free to us, that we could piggyback on. So,
Yeah, it's Code Red. But we have no control over what gets sent out really with Code Red.
right, thank you.
How's that 4,000, is that, doesn't matter whether one person signs up?
Exactly. We could have 2 people signed up or 500, it's the same price. They do try to scale it for our population, and that's what they did. They took 10% off the normal cost because we're so
That's
small.
not much of a scale.
Yeah.
Wow. That's not much of a scale at all.
How can you determine if it's gonna be supported by the public?
That's a good question. I don't know if you can until you try it out.
Try it.
I think that would depend on, one part of that would be how long a term contract you sign, and your ability to get out of it and cancel it and limit the cost. You know, you did a pilot program for 6 months for half rate and see how it goes before we commit to something longer term.
I think looking into those things and bringing that back to us would be wonderful.
Yep.
Code Red, I understand, had some issues that it's not making it very palatable to much of the public. So we keep trying to find ways to communicate.
And one last thing. I think it was the last meeting that we talked about the personnel review board and reaching out to those, possibly reaching out to those folks to see if they're still interested. And I'd like to see if maybe we can move forward on that for next meeting. We can have staff reach out and for next meeting to know where we are in that process of getting that board reinstated.
Can staff send this out, before that comes back, can staff send this out a definition of what that board does?
I think it's a charter.
It's
in our charter.
It is.
I believe the charter just says we have to have one.
Yeah, it's in the charter, but it's
So
not
then
public.
I think our policy said what it does.
I think that would be a good thing for Mr. Rutledge. I think that would be a good thing to pursue and put together a definition of it. Maybe we could, I guess the commission would need to be the body that defines that, but if staff could put together an outline for that, perhaps to bring something to us.
See what's already done.
See what's in the book, see what's been done before, see what other cities might be doing, that kind of thing.
Do we have a union contract?
No. Haven't heard from them.
I just asked if we had a union contract, because that's willing to, usually your union contracts will have a grievance procedure built into them, which would, either we got to address the personnel board in the union contract, or we need to try to tailor what our personnel board does, taking into consideration what the union contract says, but we don't apparently have a union contract.
Are you all okay with staff bringing something to us a little more fleshed out?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Commissioner
One of those, any,
I'm sorry. I don't know that blue cards are appropriate during commission discussion.
That's up to you.
We could, at the end of commission reports, I'll have another opportunity for people to weigh in, but we'll wait till at the end of
commissioner reports. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry. One of them's an event on March the 25th at 10 a.m. We're having an honor ceremony for one of our Legion members, William Kernstock. He's been a member of the Legion for 50 years. So we're having a special ceremony and gathering and everything for him. And you guys are all invited to come out and have a little snack. March 25th, it's a Saturday. Same day as Alan's Touch the Truck.
You can come sit around with me.
The other one I have is, to me, was a little bit disturbing. And I'm not going to go into full details because I asked the person that I talked to that made the comments about it to send me the information in writing, and it hasn't been done yet. But apparently, a couple weeks ago, on a Friday evening, after 4 or 5 o'clock, I think it was after 5 o'clock, somebody in Cassadaga found out that their water was turned off, or the neighbor found out that the guy's water was turned off. Doesn't drive, he gets around with a walker and has a dog. So would probably need the water and everything for the weekend. And so they called the number that was listed, and the lady called the number that was listed, and the person was very irate, intimidating, hostile, and I don't know what else I could add to that, towards the customer. And
I don't mean to cut you off, Roger, but just so you know, that employee has resigned. I don't know how deeply you want to go into it, but I know the situation.
Yeah,
so.
the situation, but I don't know which employee.
I do, and that employee resigned.
Okay, but it seems to be that the same information was coming from a couple other citizens in town and everything. So I was just wondering if we wanted to pay to have all the employees go through a city or a customer service training class to let them know how they're supposed to act towards other people.
We could look at this condition training. You're asking that as an open question.
Yeah, it's an open question. The one I looked at there, they have an online one. It's like 10 different sessions online. It's like $500 per person to take the class online.
I think it's traffic, you have to train people to let them know that they need to treat other people.
I think if this was hopefully solved by the resignation, I understand this. If it's probably hearing that regularly, we need to address.
Yeah, a lot of the others haven't specifically said, they just said I called City Hall, the person was very rude to us. You know, that doesn't leave it up to who they were talking to or nothing, so evidently it might be more than one employee, so that's why I thought maybe it would be a good idea if we got some type of diversity class or something like that for employees to go through to.
Our employees are our best asset, and, we've always talked about that, so investing in them sounds reasonable to me. I'd like to see what, more formal outline. I definitely agree with that.
I'm amenable to looking further into that, because the way we interface with our bosses is important.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Okay. Oh, that's all I've got right now.
I wasn't sure where we left the workshop where I brought up revisions I'd like to see made as far as permitting is concerned. Did that need to be something that was voted on in a regular meeting to look into it further, or was that something you were going to look into, Scott, and kind of give us some feedback on what we could have done? Because some things will take long, nothing to do, but other things, a couple of the items in there.
Honestly, I'm drawing a blank. Can you refresh my memory?
Yeah, because I was going through the process, working on this house for my sister.
Okay. I know what you're talking about, like where certain things, I was not aware that that was tasked to me. I thought that was kind of conversation with the engineer and other things. No, but I would take charge of that.
Okay.
I'll look into that. I didn't know how that was.
Because you might go through it and find out there's only 2 or 3 things on there that you even have a choice.
Right. I understand. I remember what you're talking about now. I apologize. I'll look into it.
Thank you. That's all.
Y'all done?
Oh, for now.
Lee, this is for you. I was wondering, that guy that was talking to us about putting the RV place in on Church Street, talking to you, Reverend, a few weeks ago, is he out of the, he doesn't want to, did you run him off, or are we still talking to him? What's the deal with that?
The RV, say it again.
The repair center for the RV
Oh.
on Church Street?
That, yeah. We met, we being the mayor and myself, met with the engineer from that. Were you there?
I didn't meet with the engineer.
No, I mean, you did.
Scott.
Did he really? All right.
We looked so much.
It's too late, I'm sorry. But anyway, the engineer then called me back a couple weeks later. The problems that they had with the particular site were nothing to do with the city. They had to do, oh, excuse me, you want me to talk now? They had to do mostly with the access to the property from Main Street and the inability to cut through the median right there. And they finally decided, the engineer said the owner decided not to pursue it, but he didn't want to let me know because the owner had failed to, or had decided several times previously to not proceed, but changed his mind. Well, apparently this time it stayed because I've not heard any different. So that particular project will not be coming about. But again, nothing to do with the city and the zoning, which was the original issue. They had to do now with FDOT and the inability to do something there.
It's literally none of my business, but maybe that would be a customer for the Orange Can Point commercial.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I was there,
It was just, logistics, traffic, it was just a terrible.
and I can attest that I was at that meeting and we did not chase anybody away. So, I know that, is that the same guy who came up here and was critical of what's wrong or something about it?
There was some controversy there, he did find that on me, but we did have additional conversations, and we were close to that frustration now.
One more question for you, Lee. Did, has the completion paperwork been sent in for Virginia Drive to get our grant money off of that?
We have received all of the grant money that we're entitled, except for, I think, $11,000 still outstanding, which we can file on. And we will have received all of
So we already
it.
got
Yes. And we've had the final inspection, and that's what was holding up the last check. So that was just a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
And I have one more question. This is my last one. So when I pulled into the parking lot tonight, I see there's a big old sign out there for Crosses for Christ. Is that something that the city is endorsing?
Sign for what, I'm sorry?
Crosses for Christ.
That's a project of,
Yeah, but it's on city property, I know who's doing it. You
We've
didn't
never
ask.
had a problem with it before.
I'm just asking, because
I'm
I'm
just
just
something
asking.
you're requiring. I've been out there, we have a big crowd tonight.
Oh, that's good, that's fine, so you didn't ask about putting them in front of city hall, so I'm assuming that's not gonna happen.
It's early. It's gonna happen, just like it's happened in the last 4 years.
But you have to ask permission, and our next meeting is after the process starts.
You know what, I've never come before the commission and asked before. I've always talked to the city administrator. And that is what I plan on doing, the same thing I do every single year. If you have a problem with it, now would be the time to express yourself.
I did, actually, because I've gotten some phone calls about it. So
I bet you have, although you participated the last few years.
Yes, I did. I'm just telling you, the phone calls I've gotten since I've become a commissioner. I've received phone calls from citizens and some self-described victims asking how can someone attack, bully, harass, defame, and humiliate so many citizens on Facebook daily, then expect the city to support what some describe as a self-serving project. I was told it's like having alcohol poured into an open wound to see crosses in front of City Hall.
Is that a public record? Since you received it?
Yeah, you can have it, yes.
Please send it.
Do you want me to say what I just said? Yeah, no problem, I'll be happy to.
Thank you.
Matter of fact, the people is back there where they can post it in the people. So.
Right.
Well, so there's, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt.
No, I'm good.
So you've had concerns about process of Christ, and you just want to bring that forward in public.
Well, yeah, because I
That's
thought
what
in
we
the
are.
past that we always asked if they were going to be put in front of the City Hall.
I have always asked.
So, Lee knows where.
And I understand it's weird that you have worked with staff, I'm not.
Every single year, I have never done anything in the city without permission. Never.
So now, staff has heard that some questions have been raised, so you can further that conversation and factor that into what you do, that's up to you.
I understand. Nancy's correct. She's always asked permission for City Hall, and I've never hesitated to say yes. Although, and I've talked to the city attorney too on there are certain rules you can apply that keep you free of the Supreme Court discussions, and we've always tried to do that. But there are some people who just object.
The only way you can get through life without anybody objecting is to do nothing. That's my goal. Yeah.
Actually, Michael's
I hear you.
everybody.
Okay, well, I will reiterate that on, why can't you see this? On March 25th will be the cleanup, Lake Island Cleanup Day. We do need to get some postcards on. I should have told Waste Pro while they were here. We need to have Waste Pro buy-in on the cleanup Lake Island Day, which is March 25th.
We've already arranged that.
Good, okay. And do we have any flyers up around town or anything like that?
For the, no, not yet.
Could you put together just a small flyer that we can put up on the bulletin board, if nothing else, maybe put some at convenience stores and restaurants around town, wherever people might see it.
Restaurants?
People gonna be here.
I do believe we have some hazmat capabilities, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna be there.
The community board's back at the gym station, by the way. Yay!
Awesome, I have a flyer for you, thank you.
Feel free to put your flyer in there.
Thank you so much.
And been very little work done on it yet, but I believe we'll have another, sunrise service. It's just a personal announcement. It's not a city thing, but sunrise service at Royal Park on Easter Sunday. So, Karen,
What time more or less?
sunrise, I'll have to look at that time.
6:30.
Yeah, it'll be right before the sun rises. I'll have to look at the calendar. I'm not being, I just have, sorry. So over to city administrator reports. Mr. City Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Three of them. First, we have a request to serve alcohol at the Strawberry Festival. Just a little background, the organizers did not ask to serve alcohol. One of their concessionaires has approached us though with that request. They say they support local charities, in this particular case, Boys and Girls Club, but it's up to the discretion of the commission whether or not you will allow alcohol to be served in any of our city parks. So that's the question.
We all have seen, I guess, seen what came to us in the packet. Are there any discussion on this item? You want to move forward with that, or you want to say, no, thank you? What are your thoughts?
Everybody else request has always been denied.
I think adult venues are different than children and family-friendly venues. And I can make the argument for adult venues that you could, but when there's small children involved, I think you should just stick to our guns. Do what you always done.
My concern too, this is the first time we'll have a Strawberry Festival, and I'd like to have it be sober. Thank you. Yeah.
And with the description I have about houses and all that other stuff, there's gonna be lots of kids.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got my direction on that one. The other is surplus equipment. The last time we declared any equipment surplus, I understand, was in 2013. We have a list that I prepared for you with the declaration of being surplus. And we'll then, we have a contract we want to bring back to you for an auction house. And we'll take it to the auction house and dispose of it through the highest bid process. So that's the motion to approve that list of equipment that I provided to you.
I have a motion.
I'm gonna make a motion that we, better declare the equipment and vehicle surplus and go to.
Second. Motion and a second to approve the list of items from staff to declare surplus and dealt with appropriately. Further discussion? None, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Oh, I'm sorry.
I oppose. I'd like,
You want
I'm
to-
sorry, I'd like to, I'd want to.
I didn't mean to rush that, but so
No,
go right ahead.
I paused too long, I'm sorry, but I was trying to gather my thoughts. I had reservations about this without, and I didn't ask you when we had a meeting, and I apologize, but is the truck that we've talked about, the public works truck, I believe is on this list.
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken.
It is.
Could we revisit that? Can we take that off until you and I can discuss that? I don't know if y'all are agreeable to that.
We won't be going to auction tomorrow.
No.
We have time.
It's, we still have to bring back a contract for the auction house. We just wanted to make sure that we had the direction from the commission to move forward with getting rid of this stuff that's been accumulating literally now for 10 years. And it just needs to be disposed of.
How does that process actually work?
Once you declare it surplus, the state law or the charter, I can't remember.
No, I mean-
City code.
I mean, the physical valuing of the assets.
Well, it's valued by what the auctioneer is able to get for it, basically.
They have an incentive to get as much as they can.
Yeah. Yeah, it's auctioned up. And the particular firm that we're using or suggesting to be used has done so for several counties and cities. And I indicated to him, some of the stuff's pretty old. He said, he's had trucks in there with trees growing out of the middle of them. So he's used to that stuff. But we can,
Heather, what would be the reason for pulling that item?
I have more specific questions, and I apologize. I completely overlooked them when I was meeting with Lee in preparation for this meeting. So, I'd like to just discuss that a little more before, moving on that. I apologize. It's just that one truck though that I'm asking to remove until next meeting maybe.
well, the truck will not be moved till the next meeting anyway.
But if we declare it surplus, it's a done deal, though, right?
No, not really. I mean, you can always change your mind.
Well, that,
It tells us and the staff, let's get rid of this stuff we've identified. If there is something that comes to your attention about some particular piece of equipment, and I know that truck has been controversial, you can always change your mind, take it off the list. We'll not send it to auction and leave it where it is.
would you be willing, Commissioner Rutledge, would you be willing to, and willing to, it's a vote, but would it be okay with you if we both put it on the list? And if you do find concerns, that you bring it back at the next meeting, since it will still be around, and we'll look at removing that from the surplus list. It's just 6 of one, half dozen the other, I guess. It's whether we do it or not.
I'm sorry, but no, it must be taken off. I appreciate
No, I
that.
understand. I'm not trying to
Right.
enable anything. I'm just asking what works.
Absolutely.
Mr. Eric, you got something you were concerned about?
It's along the line of it, but it's something else. We could go ahead and do this vote, and I can bring it up. It's about the same subject, but on a different line.
Well, if you want to pull something off?
No.
Okay. Well, since we kind of re-ended the discussion on that, and did not complete the vote, you want to make a motion to amend the motion, and remove that item? That would take off the list, if you got a second in the motion.
Can I do that?
Yes, you can.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion to amend. Commissioner Gallagher.
$99 pickup, is that the right one?
Correct.
The motion is, the amendment is to remove the $99 pickup from the surplus list. The motion and a second to remove the pickup from the surplus equipment. Further discussion on that?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you do. Thank you for asking. That's exactly what I did. Sorry, I did. No.
I know we all want to go home, and I want to go home too. But I have a quick little, I guess my opinion of this is, I don't know what's on that list, but it seems like some of those vehicles are pretty, like especially the police cars are pretty worthless. And has anybody looked into the cost to move it? Because that George Gideon is in Zellwood,
Yeah.
so that's not like right around the corner. What's the cost to move these vehicles from our site?
$350 the truckload.
And
you put multiple cars in the truck.
okay, I just didn't know if we're gonna end up costing us money to get rid of them.
That's a very reasonable question.
In 2013, as I recall, it was a sealed bid. The stuff never left. It was just people, the public, it was advertised. You put in an envelope and you put in I bid $500, and that's how it went. There was no auction, because the auctioneer's gonna get his money too. So I'm just scared that you don't have a lot of valuable stuff out there. The cost to move it, the cost for the paperwork of it, and the cost for the auctioneer, you might. That's a thought.
Reasonable point of discussion.
Are we able to
So
speak
I have
on that?
a motion to remove the $99, to amend the motion and remove the $99 pickup truck from the surplus list. All in favor, say aye. Motion carries. So we still have the original motion now amended to approve the surplus equipment list, unless the, pickup. Any further discussion on that? Sam?
Thank you. Kelly Braxton, John Street. Thank you, Commissioner Rutledge, for removing that item. I was concerned because that topic has not been discussed or solved on who is going to take the responsibility of that truck being stripped. So that is my question on, here we are right now, without any photographic evidence, because I did request it, and I am going out on Monday to view that vehicle. We're getting rid of the evidence of city equipment being inappropriately removed and stripped. So where are we with that is my question. Is this vehicle was just gonna leave here without any further discussion on who is responsible for stripping the vehicle? A transmission is not the entire vehicle, all of the inside. All those items that were stripped from that vehicle help the, whether it's worth anything at all, those items were not to be given away. Those items were the city's property and were not to be handed out to staff. So as I said before, this is our tax-paying money. That's our equipment as residents too. And there's no accountability for it. You guys don't even have any photographs of any of the equipment that is being listed here. And there's no discussion of what happened. I see in the bills paid, there is payment for the cameras being repaired over at Public Works. Magically now, here we have this, when I requested video from that time frame. Now those cameras don't work.
I wonder what's the value of that truck? Does anybody know?
I did a rough blue book search. I think it was about 1,900, but I'd have to double check.
I think you're misunderstanding me.
But that was assuming it's running. In my opinion, no. I'm not a public works director.
I think you're misunderstanding my
No,
statement.
I understand.
It's the principle of what happened.
I understand your statement. I was just trying to get to the point, whether to spend more money paying all of our staff, our attorney, everybody else that listens to this every single time it comes up. I wonder if we're spending more money there than actually the value of the truck.
It's not the principle. The principle is that we,
I understand the principle.
I mean, if that's the case,
I also
then people would
understand-
steal from us all the time.
Really?
If we let something go.
Do you have evidence of that?
Do you have evidence that that was
No, you
handled
just said you
properly?
made a statement.
No,
People steal from us all the time.
I said, if you let this go, people will feel that it's okay to steal from us all the time.
I don't steal.
That was Ms. Bishop's words in the last meeting about this entire.
I'm sorry, you can address me, but not from the.
It's too much being covered up here. And if it is a simple situation, then it
Kelly,
needs to
can
be
I ask you a
addressed as
question?
that.
It's been mentioned several times. This is the first time I've ever heard anybody say the vehicle was stripped.
I've said it
No, you
every
haven't.
time. Yes, I have. Go back and listen to
So
the
what I would ask
audio.
you to do is email me what items were stripped from the vehicle and the evidence you have that those items were stripped, and I will look into it.
I will email you after I take my photographs on Monday.
Well, that's going to be the condition of the car. You said
It wasn't in the
items
same
were
condition.
stripped. So
Yes.
I just, let me know what was stripped.
I
Just
will.
Email it to me and I'll look into it.
I will, after I view it on Monday.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it would also be reasonable to ask Public Works, what they may have scavenged off of it, just because something's missing doesn't mean, if there's not a side view mirror, it doesn't mean it was
strip that might have been knocked off 10 years ago.
Right.
It's a 24-year-old truck.
But it would be good to know what items.
Yeah.
Because I have never heard someone say, I've heard them say it was taken off site, that someone tried to put a transmission in, it didn't work, it was brought back. But I've never heard anybody say, maybe I missed what you said, but I've never heard anybody say the car was stripped or anything. So we ought to at least, what is it that people think was stripped off the vehicle?
I agree.
Mr. Simpson, the vehicle is not in the same condition as it was when our previous public works director left.
Just, it's called evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the evidence of it. I mean, that doesn't sound like anything, Kelly.
Okay, I will bring you the evidence, and I will do that.
Yep.
So, we have voted on the motion as amended? Okay, that's right. And,
Yeah, you voted. You voted.
On the amendment.
Yeah, you voted on the amendment.
We voted on both.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking we had, but I was, it was late, I could have been wrong either way. You said yes.
On the amendment, I didn't hear the motion.
I do believe we did vote on, I'm not hearing any discussion. Close. All right, back to you, Mr. Administrator, for, item 13, how to go.
I've never been able to find it in our policies on something for the surplus equipment to, let's say, we got something that goes into surplus and a sequence of what to do with that piece, like, can we come up with a policy that says, okay, this piece of equipment's in surplus, any employee that would like to put in a bid for this piece of equipment can put in a sealed bid?
The purchasing section 32.01.00 deals with sales. And it says all sales of personal property except trading of personal property which has become obsolete and unusable, or the sale of which is otherwise determined to be in the best interest of the city when the estimated value shall exceed $3,000, shall be made to the highest responsible bidder after due notice inviting bids has been given as required by this article, unless the city commission determines that donating the property to other governmental or charitable organizations serves a public purpose. And then I think we have a policy that says below the 3,000, the city manager sets the policies on how it's used. So that's what the rules of the program are.
Well, I was wondering if we could do that, put it in a sequence of disposal, but any employee that would like to bid on it would get their first chance of no.
It would have to be, the way they're
citizen.
The way the code's written, it would have to be worth less than 3,000, because over 3,000 is out of public bid. So that's where our code really says.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is there a way we can work on it to get it changed?
You can, yeah, I'm just saying our code, we can amend the code, but it's not a policy. You have to.
Well, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Our code says you have to do it. Under 3,000, yes, we can have a policy that says this is how we're going to dispose of it. But over 3,000, we have to amend our code. If that's what you're going to do, that's fine.
Yeah, if we can come up with that and a policy that follows up on anything lower than if you're gonna have a price value on it, would allow a sequence of events to occur before it goes out to the general auction.
Just for discussion's sake, it's risky. It's very difficult to avoid the appearance of impropriety.
A lot of places, a lot of municipalities that are going to do that, they give them the first choice, and then it goes out to the public, and then it goes out to final auction.
If it's a reasonable thing to do, then there's a way to do it legally, I have no problem with it. That's my concern, and that's all I need to do is voice the concern. I don't, like you say, if it's a common practice, I don't mind it at all.
I used to take my dumping trucks and get upset when I was driving that truck. Once it was at the candidates for 5 or 6 years. One dump was paid off, and I was taking the vehicle. That supervisor couldn't keep it. The vehicle was his own personal vehicle. And the big benefit to me was. They always took better care of it. There was less maintenance, and it gave me that public image that you want. Anyone? There's one other thing I want to talk about. Can we consider an ordinance that requires quiet generators when we have functions like Strawberry Festival, Fourth of July? I could go down the street here, and there were so many generators running, you could hardly hear standing next to somebody talking. I know they're expensive, but I just think it's a class act way to go. And even if the city had to purchase a couple of them and have them on hand and tell people that showed up the first time without them, you didn't know, hey, first one's on us. Nobody, you come back again, you have to quiet them. I'd like to consider it.
Is that for functions like Market in the Park or Market in the Park really does? Okay. So the Strawberry Festival, Strawberry Festival, Fourth of July vendors, just any kind of function. Yeah, it's like. Is that a reasonable thing to consider adding everybody kind of knows what a quiet generator is. I mean,
we were just talking about putting it in the same section as noise ordinance. Because that's basically what you're controlling.
I don't know enough about generators, but the best way to measure noise is with a decibel meter. So, but I don't know if we have a functioning decibel meter to do it. I don't know enough about generators to say.
That's what does it.
Well, if you say, this is a quiet generator is known in the industry to be exactly this.
Sure.
That's what I don't know. So otherwise you'd have to measure the noise level, and that requires a decibel meter. Otherwise you get into very subjective standards like excessively noisy, and what's excessive to one person may not be excessive to somebody else. But if there's a particular type of generator that the industry says.
As a or equal.
It's
equal to a run quiet generator, is what they call it.
Run quiet?
Run quiet generator. Yeah, you can spell out a model and everything else, just say like this word.
Okay. We'll fit in, and maybe some regulations already in our code that maybe address that, but we can look at that.
Mr. City Administrator, we have one. Well, actually, we have two last items, but we're up to 13C now.
Okay, last two items, I better turn this thing on. Last two items, we have been approved by the state revolving fund to receive approximately $830,000 to re-meter the city's water meter system. 41% will be forgiven of the principal, and the interest rate will be approximately 2%, payable over 20 years. So it's and the best part is there's no increase necessary in the rate structure for water service. Also established a very nice relationship with the people at SRF, because we then have in the works now the loan program for the refurbishment of our distribution system. And as we talked about tonight, the stormwater system will be on the heels of that. So those things are all moving forward very, very nicely. The last update I wanted to give you was that we have placed